And welcome back again to another episode of Thought Riot Podcast, your favorite crime that's true and culture that's criminal podcast.
Okay.
My name is Brendan.
And I'm Malia.
And welcome to the show.
Welcome.
We will get right into the podcast stuff, right? So our axiom is we are or commit to you to be the honest, intelligent, unscripted, and interesting conversations, bringing information we get, following it to wherever it leads, holding nothing back, and sharing brutal honesty the entire time. Because we censor nothing.
And talk about everything.
Yes. Welcome to the show, everybody. Super glad that you're all here with us.
And it's spooky season.
Yes, it is October, and that is time for Halloween, and we figured we would get into the festivities.
Yeah, just dress up a little bit.
You're dressed up? I'm not.
No, I'm pretty much not either.
This is just what I wear every day. This is my work uniform.
Oh. Well.
Yep, this is my salesman uniform. I just show up at people's houses like this.
Does it work?
Yeah, I mean, people are constantly looking for me.
Are they like, yes, I found you?
Well, it's just my technique because, you know, people are always looking for me. So instead of me being the salesperson having to find them as customers, they're already looking for me. So
yeah, if you're an audio listener, Brendan is Where's Waldo, and I am a witch.
Yeah. I wonder how many audio listeners got that before you said it. I wonder. Let us know if you did, okay?
Yeah. Let us know if you guessed it.
We have a couple new updates this week, which I'm super stoked to talk about. So, number one, we have a new Tier 3 membership, and we just got our Patreon set up and everything going on there. So I'm sure we'll see some of our already current members that we have on YouTube, where we have a pretty big and active community building, and we'll see some moving over to Patreon. But this is a shout out to you, Emily P. So I don't want to give someone's full name, you know what I mean, unless someone reaches out and says, hey, it's okay, you know, share my full name. But we appreciate you. She reached out and said, hey, you guys are one of my favorites. You're awesome. Essentially, keep doing what you're doing. And we love that. We love that kind of feedback. And the way we see it is we work for the viewer. We work for you guys. So when we hear that we're doing a good job, that is awesome. I love it.
Yeah, me too. It's really rewarding when you get positive feedback.
It is. So thank you, Emily. We are super glad that you're part of the team, and we're going to keep working hard to continue bringing you great content.
And we like that, you know, you guys out there, you thought writers that have joined the community, we like that you get it. You get what we're going for here.
Yes.
The vision.
Yep, absolutely. So we're just something new in the true crime community, I feel like.
Yeah, some people just don't get it.
No, I feel like there's this idea that like you have to be so serious all the time and almost like you need to speak monotone, and you know what I mean? Like that's just the image that I have in my head.
Because that's what people are used to. They're used to going to a podcast and hearing a full story that's all based on the facts, supposedly.
Yeah.
No
or
speculation.
Scripted.
Yes, absolutely. 100% scripted storytelling where you're getting all of the facts, all the details, and the person speaks in a very soft voice. Mm-hmm. And that's it.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
And I enjoy that too. This is just something
too.
different. And I've considered maybe making a side channel or podcast where I could do that for cases that we cover here. Like if you want to go hear the full story, you know, scripted and told in story form, then go there.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And when we're saying that we're something new, I hope nobody out there is taking that as that means that people that were already out there in the true crime community and doing things where they're scripted and storytelling and all of those things, that doesn't mean there's anything wrong with that, because it's like you said, there are tons and tons and tons of creators out there that I'm obsessed with that gives stories like that. We just wanted to bring something a little bit different to the table. We enjoyed communicating with each other about a lot of these topics, and we'd get into debates in these topics. Like, we'd literally be having these same types of conversations, just not on video, and thought, hey, why don't we bring other people into this? Why don't we bring other opinions and theories? And that's literally the idea that created this. So completely unscripted. At the most that we have is like bullet points just reminding us of names and things like that, which obviously in the unscripted world, sometimes you're going to get wrong. Some people hate that, but it is what it is. We're having a really good time, and our members are having a really good time with us, and I couldn't ask for more.
Yeah.
So one other new thing, though, and funny, we're talking about content creators. So we are adding in here because, well, I guess let me preface it. I'll take a step back here. So we are a huge supporter of every content creator out there. One thing that we made a commitment to is that we are not going to get caught up in drama with other creators. I look at content creating as almost like a form of art. Every editing technique you're using, the way that you're investigating the different cases, the way that you're presenting those cases and talking to people about it, and even your thumb images, your branding, who you are, like that all has artistic elements in it. I'm not going to go out there and put somebody else's art down. I just won't do it, No,
and, I don't want to do that. I appreciate everything that all of them do, and I feel like that's just petty and low. And it's like I've already seen people wanting to hate on other creators and us to join in on the hate, and I'm just not gonna do that.
No.
Even if I disagree with that person or don't like their opinions, that doesn't mean I hate them or their channel or anything like that.
Yeah, and dude, there are 8 billion people on Earth, and I believe that we're in the hundreds of billions of views total on YouTube. There is enough room for everybody. Like, I am not going to fight for a space. We're on here to talk about the things that we like to talk about and interact with our community and have a great time doing it. And I just don't have any room in this vision of Thought Riot podcast and the true crime talk show where there's any space for that. You know what I mean? So one thing we wanted to do to highlight some of these other creators and just put out an arm and say, hey, we appreciate you. We love what you're doing. Is we're going to do a weekly true crime spotlight where we're going out of our way to highlight other content creators. And I'm super excited for this week. It's somebody that we both watch and enjoy. And, there are times where we'll reach out to each other and be like, hey, did you see this video that they just posted, and talk about it. But that person is Harsh Reality, and you will see a picture. You will see the link here of who they are. You want to kick it off?
What do you mean?
Like, give your impression. What do you like about Harsh Reality? Because I do have a statement here from Harsh, who we reach out to, and we want to know what they like to present themselves as, and I figured we could give a couple.
Yeah, so some things I really appreciate about Harsh is I really like that he kind of goes from both sides of the coin. He will mention the opposite perspective and explain why it's important to look at these things. In almost every video where he's saying something that, somebody who doesn't agree or, because there's some people who very, very much draw a line in the sand or nope, not open to that speculation, not open to theories, not at all. He explains maybe why it's important to look at this other side of the coin and explains that side of it. He does that a lot. And I feel like, it's kind of to try to help remend the true crime community because it's so divided on some very current cases right now.
Or open people's eyes.
And open people's eyes, absolutely. I feel like he is really good at that, actually, opening eyes. And I really appreciate his personality.
Yeah.
Like, his personality is the best part.
I know.
He has a wonderful personality.
I know.
It's not just his accent, 'cause I know Americans love accents. It's not just that. It is his genuine personality that shines through in every video, and I really, really love it.
Yeah, no. And I'll just play off of that because, I think he takes his content creation very seriously. And I think based off of what I'm seeing, I could be wrong here. It could just be who he is. There are some people out there in the world who literally just got it, and there is no explanation to what got it means.
Star quality.
Yeah. And normally, like what I think it means when someone says that is a very layered personality. They have a very deep personality where they can go from, being very caring and open and conscious of what they're doing, what they're saying, but in the same respect, be able to stand on their own 2 feet and be like, this is me, this is what it is. So if that makes any sense.
I don't know. He just shines. There's just something about it that shines.
Yeah, and more than everything, you guys need to check him out. So we watch his videos every day when they come out. He posts multiple times a day, which is nice. And when I watch his videos, I end up leaving with more questions than when I started watching it, which is a good thing. That is a great thing for me. That is what I want to see in a content creator. Is I'm obsessed with critical thinking. Thought Riot, you know what I mean? I want to walk away from a video being like, dang, I didn't think of that, and I feel like that happens a lot when I get done watching his content.
He does open a lot. He does open up a lot of questions.
Yeah.
Presents a lot of things in a way that definitely make me think.
Absolutely. And it's very much appreciative.
Appreciated,
yep. And we do have a statement here, so I asked him to give us a little bit of who he is, and he says, my passion stems from my own very turbulent life surrounded by loss. A close friend ended sparked my borderline obsession interest in true crime, and having multiple people around me who have taken their own lives. That's unfortunate. Including a parent, made me very aware of mental health issues. These two subjects being the main focus of my channel that primarily looks to create a sanctuary for people to share thoughts and feelings on subjects without a fear of being vilified for not following the most popular narratives and stigmas. When I read that, I was like, gosh, I like him so much more.
Oh, yeah. When I read his email, I was like, wow, that was great. That was a really good statement. Yeah. The bravery, the confidence, and also, like you said, he pumps out videos multiple times a day. Like, the dedication, the consistency, it's just admirable.
He's a really good content creator to start off this new weekly spotlight. So, I'm honored to be able to have him on here, to be able to let him or offer him the spotlight for the first time we're doing this. So if you guys are interested in other true crime content creators, make sure you go check him out. The links will be in the description, and make sure you give him some Thought Riot love, all the likes, comments, and engage with his videos, because that's what we look for as content creators, is that engagement helps us grow. So, and
he's a for one, his content's amazing, but also, through his statement, he's a deep person who really cares. Yep. And I think, the person behind the channel, it should be someone you want to support. Yeah. And that statement made me feel that way very much so.
I agree. So hats off to you, Harsh. We're super stoked that you're a content creator in the true crime community with us, and I'm not going to say I hope that you continue with success. You're making your own success. So, we appreciate you.
Absolutely. Go check him out.
Yes, yes, yes. Okay, so for Thought Riot Podcast, we are on everything, you guys. So we already said that we got our Patreon set up now. We have a Discord, and that Discord is growing. Now, for people out there that don't know what Discord is, it's essentially a personalized chat room where you have to have an invite link to come in here, and that is the link that you guys see scrolling across the screen or in the scroll bar. I have it in there as well. It is also in the description of the videos. If you guys click that link or follow that link, it will pop up with an invite for you to enter the Discord. In the Discord, we mainly talk about crime stuff, but sometimes personal stuff too, you know, just communicating with the rest of the community.
Yeah.
People have stuff going on, and I think it's a really good time. I know that there are a lot of times where we'll get in some discussions back and forth where one of our members will be like, look, I don't think it's this that you were talking about. I think it's that, you know, and we'll pass evidence back and forth. So, I mean, I always walk away from our Discord feeling like, again, leaving with more questions than I walked in with. So I enjoy it and appreciate it, and I feel like it helps add to our content here.
Yeah, and there's on Discord it can be a bit confusing, but there's multiple like text forums, voice channels. Usually it's like general. And what was the other one? There's like a couple there that are like the main ones that you go to actually talk. But I just created a new one, which is the case ones. It's the investigations.
The case files.
Yep, case, which I should probably rename it to just case files.
Yep.
But that's where I'm going to post source material that we've used and talked about, you know, relevant cases. And I encourage anyone else that joins the Discord to also post in that forum sources, things like that. It's kind of, I feel like it works kind of like Reddit in that specific text channel. It's a forum. So you make a post and then people can comment under it.
Yeah.
And I just posted the first one, which was like a bunch of Delphi information, like the memorandum, the Vinlander information. Somebody was asking for like a bridge guy video, other things. But I'm looking forward to that, sharing information back and forth, like kind of investigating more with the community.
So if you're interested, come on there, follow the invite link, and we can always help you out too. So if you feel like you're one of those people where you don't know technology as well as you would like, that's okay. I mean, we were one of those people starting on Discord too. So, you know, if you can follow the invite link and get on there, then there are people in there that can help out and explain, you know, how you maneuver the menu bars and everything. So
Yep.
But make sure you guys give us likes, comments, leave ratings on Apple, Amazon, all those things on the audio listeners side of the podcast help us grow too, the same way that YouTube does. So we love feedback. We want your feedback, whether it's good, whether it's constructive, it doesn't matter. We're here to bring great content to you guys and have fun doing it. So we want to know what you guys think. So hop on there. We're on all the social medias, Instagram, Twitter, which is now X, YouTube, Facebook. We're on everything. So come join us in the fun.
Yeah.
Now, I think I covered everything, right? Our live stream schedule?
Yeah, it is Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, 9 to midnight, basically, but it's supposed to be 11.
Yep.
11 p.m. Central Standard Time. A lot of times we go over, but yeah, 9 to 11.
Yep. A lot of times we do go over, but yeah. Okay, so going into the true crime breaking news. Who's going first? I guess I will. So this is wild. The body cam footage of the arrest of Duane Keefe D, right? So I'm sure you guys already know what we're talking about. It has been all over the news here. But Keefe D is charged right now with the ending of Tupac Shakur, the 1996 shooting in Las Vegas of Tupac, which changed the world. We talked about it briefly last week. We were going to cover it on a story this week, but things came up during the week where we felt like some of these topics were just more important to what we're researching, investigating, and working in right now. So we pushed it off to next week, but I wanted to share this body cam footage because I know one thing that we talked about when you initially brought it up was I was wondering if he set himself up, right? Because how many years have passed now? So 27 years, almost 30 years have passed since this crime, right? So this guy has already gone through all his prime age and he's now in his 60s. And has done things to essentially be known for this crime. Now, in the body cam footage, which you guys will be watching or listening to here.
All right, you ready?
Yes, go for it.
Hey, Keefe, Metro Police, come over here. Hey, Metro Police, come over here, all right? Thanks, buddy. Come on over here. Appreciate your cooperation, okay? Kick that foot up. You ready?
I'm a pro, dude. I got it.
Oh, you got it? All right.
He said,
I'm a pro. He said I'm a pro. All right.
you all following me last night?
Nope.
So what they got you for, man?
Oh, man. Biggest case in Las Vegas history.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Like recent?
September the 7th, 1996.
He essentially says that. So he gets arrested, and there's nothing glamorous, great, grand about it. You can see the police officer just sitting in his car. Audio listeners will be able to hear the beeping of the car door open, and he walks out right when Keefe is passing, and he says, hey, and the officer presents himself, grabs him, and moves him into the car. Then the next bit of video that shows is him at the police station, and a different police officer is talking to him and saying, hey, so, like, what's up, man? Why you here, And he says that, I'm here. He says, yeah, I'm here because the biggest case Las Vegas has ever had, maybe in the U.S. And the cop's like, oh, really? You can tell he doesn't know what he's talking about. You know what I mean? And he was like, yeah, it's, in 1996... September 7th, like trying to lead on to have this guy connect the dots, and I don't think the officer ever did. But what that told me was that he wants to be known for this.
Yeah. I mean, he wrote a memoir.
He did. But my question is, none of the details have changed. The police have not found new evidence. So why now? And I'm not leaning on like tin hat question.
I thought the memoir was just coming out. Like, I thought that had something to do with it. No?
I mean, I think he's been writing that memoir for 5 years or maybe a little bit longer. I need to verify that information because I don't have it in front of me and I didn't look it up. But if the memoir did just come out, then I totally believe what I'm saying. I think this is a last-ditch effort to have his name remembered as the guy who took down Tupac.
I think he wants to be known for it because from what I was reading from the memoir, he talks about handing the gun. Like, he literally admits to it in the memoir, essentially. Really? That he handed a guy the gun in the back seat and everything. It sounds like an admission.
I know I've heard about the statement he made about handing the gun to the back seat, but I just don't know when that came out because I had thought that it had been out for a while. But I could be wrong. Either way, I feel like this was planned.
Maybe.
On his part, right?
Maybe.
And that's only going to sell me on that idea more if it did just come out. Did you look it up real quick?
What's his name?
Duane Keefe D. Keefe. Sometimes it's Keffe, depending on who's
It's
writing
Davis, right?
it up. Yes.
Compton Street legend, Notorious Keefe D.
Yeah, what year did that come out?
Keefe D. Compton Street.
Yeah,
legend.
2019. 2019. So
Okay.
it has been a few years. I thought so. I'll do a deeper dive into it and figure it out, but I thought so. So again, I just go back to like, why now? Did something
Yeah.
happen? Did a police chief change and they just didn't feel like that was a good image or connection to have at that time? Sometimes we see that unfortunately happen with cases and crime, but I thought it was interesting, and we're definitely going to be covering this case and everything in between when it came to the investigators that were involved, investigators from Los Angeles, from Las Vegas, all over the place, some of the faults that the PDs had in that investigation, and the details surrounding it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
Absolutely.
Because it's kind of crazy, honestly, that somebody's finally been arrested. It's kind of insane.
Yeah. But, me and my curious mind just makes me wonder why now.
Right. Me too. Immediately, that's what I wanted to know. And I thought it was maybe the memoir, because that's one thing that they took from his home. And they took computers and so I thought it had something to do
It probably
surrounding
does.
the memoir. And maybe there was just a delay. I don't know.
So, I'm assuming that memoir went to somebody that edited it, okay? Maybe they got firsthand knowledge or an account that there's more information in the original hard copy pre-edited, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Where he's shared more details. I don't know. I'm not sure, but hopefully we'll be able to find out. And that is my update. Let me know what you guys think. Let me know what you think about the body cam footage. Are we onto something? Do we think that he intentionally wanted to get picked up now at this later stage in his life? This guy's done time. He was a gangster. And according to everything we're reading, he was a shot caller. He had keys. He was an OG. He ran the politics of the gang that he was involved with. So, this is nothing new to him. Is this his everlasting image as he's going out in life? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So.
I mean, that's kind of lame.
Yeah.
A murderer wanting to be known for being a murderer.
Yeah.
Go figure.
Right. But let us know what you think.
So, moving on, this October 5th, a family of 4 was discovered deceased in their Plainsboro, New Jersey home.
So yesterday.
Yes.
Wow.
The police are investigating it as a homicide,
Okay.
but they have said they believe it could be a murder
Yep.
Yeah. Murder and then self deletion. Okay.
Murder and self.
Right. So the people found were Taj Singh, 43, Sonal Parier, 42, which are the parents, and their 10 and 6-year-old children. The eldest one's a son, the youngest a daughter. And family members were standing outside the home around the crime scene tape. A few talked to the media and were like, they were a happy family. It just doesn't make sense.
Sure.
Really, really odd. And here's a picture of them.
Sometimes it doesn't make sense, though. But a lot of times there are some kind of red flags, something.
See, that's what I'm wondering. Maybe it was, it's possible it could have been staged to look like it was kill, then kill self, like one of the parents.
Maybe, yeah.
Could be staged that
That's
way.
a big investment,
Well, they're investigating it as a homicide.
Okay. Oh, yeah. I mean, that's good. I think you should rule that out.
I guess technically it is a homicide.
Yeah.
Even if that is the case.
Yep.
That it was one of the people who lived in the home. But a relative called in a welfare check, and, police came in, and that's what they found. And the dad was an engineer. Both of them worked in IT, and one for HR. I think the wife was in HR. The father was the engineer, lead Apex engineer, according to his LinkedIn page.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm looking forward to more details around that. I know with these breaking news cases, a lot of time it's literally so new that we don't have any of those really important details that we want to see. But that's horrible, awful. I feel for the family members in that situation. And I hope they get justice and find out really with 100% certainty what happened. No question marks, no leftover, oh, well, maybe this could have been this or this could have been that, but we're going to go with this because we think, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hopefully it's a rock solid storyline and history line. This is what happened from this time. This is what happened from this time. We believe this happened because of this evidence, and it's a very straight up, solid, concrete case.
Yeah, their home on Titus Lane in Plainsboro, New Jersey. They bought it in 2018 for $635,000. So it's like over a $500,000 home.
Yeah.
Like, dad's an engineer. They're both in IT. Like, they are a well-off family. So it's interesting, to say the least, that I feel like this isn't like super normal in this like demographic of people.
Yeah.
It seems
I
a bit
agree.
odd, and unfortunately in a lot of these situations it's usually like, the mother couldn't have postpartum, the daughter's 6, the youngest child is 6, so
Yeah.
So if it's not that, then that makes me think a father.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. And it makes me wonder why. What happened? Or is this something else?
Yeah.
But it's really, really tragic
It is.
to see a family wiped out like this. And yeah, I'm just waiting for updates, honestly. This literally just happened yesterday. Still crime scene tape around the house.
Jeez. Horrible. But let us know what you guys think. If you have any details on this, if you have any information on this, if you have an opinion and you've read more than we have, more articles than we have, and you feel like it's going one way, let us know any of that stuff.
Yeah.
A lot of times, you guys are super good investigators and know what you're doing, and a lot of times you give us really good information where I'm blown away, like, wow, and I got a lead now I can go on, I can chase and obsess over, and a lot of times it's from our viewers, which is incredible, so keep them coming.
Absolutely.
So, the YNW Melly case, right? We covered that. And so the YNW Melly case was set to begin the next trial, the retrial next week. The defense submitted some paperwork, some requests, and it led to a hearing today. And the hearing today was wild. Like, it was so crazy. The prosecution or the state was raising their voice, essentially yelling and arguing with the judge about the topic of concern in the court. And
What? The prosecution was yelling at the judge?
essentially, yeah. I mean, I think some could classify it yelling. He interrupted the judge multiple times and was very clearly very frustrated. And then the judge, surprisingly, didn't snap back at the prosecution, but turned to the defense and snapped at them because one of the key witnesses in this concern wasn't there in court, and the judge is like, what the heck are you doing, man? She's a part of this thing. Why isn't she here? Get her here, and they went to recess while the defense got her there. But
typically what I do when I have a Brady, there's some issue about it, the prosecutor who's involved in it tells me, she comes in here, she's got an obligation of candor to the court, and I ask her a question and she advises me. as to what's going on and why there's a change, why something like that. But she's not here. This is her case. We spent 2 or 3 months trying the case originally. It came to a hung jury, but she's not here for this. I don't understand that. Forgive me, I don't understand it. It's her case. She's supposed to be here. These allegations are very serious, and they include her, include allegations of her, and I don't see her in the courtroom.
Well, I can
Explain it to
the
me.
court wants her here as the lead counsel and on the case.
I would think she'd want to be here.
Pardon?
I would think she'd want to be here.
Well, having been issued subpoenas, I think there's more of it makes it different versus her just being here in order to the lead prosecutor in the case.
How is it? How does it make it different? She's the one who signed 3 different Brady notices, and they're different. How is that she doesn't think she should be here for this hearing? When they're asking to recuse her, as well as your office, from the trying the case, and she's not here. Forgive me, I don't understand it. Why don't you find out where she's at? Make a phone call. We'll take a recess. Make a phone call, find out where she's at. I don't understand it.
What are we talking about? So the lawyers for YNW Melly openly accused the Broward State's Attorney's Office for committing felony obstruction of justice by withholding a crucial allegation that the lead detective in the Melly double murder case was willing to lie as he gathered evidence related to the case.
Jeez.
Yeah. And I mean, the evidence is there. The witness that they're talking about is from the Broward State's Attorney's Office.
So do we know who the witness is?
I mean, yeah, the witness ended up going on the stand. Who it is isn't really important. The fact that they're from Broward State's Attorney's Office, who is the prosecution, is the important part. The name isn't important, but there were multiple people at Melly's mom's house, okay, which is out of the jurisdiction of the Broward State Police, I believe, and they started conducting the search and the search warrant without an officer from that jurisdiction there, and that is not allowed to happen. There was a lawyer in the room. There was a representative from the state's attorney's office there, which is the eyewitness that I'm talking about, and the officer started it, and Melly's mom said that he was too rough, that it shouldn't have gone down like that, to grab her phone, and then brought up the fact that it was an illegal search. The cop, once the other trooper or police officer for that jurisdiction got there, he said, "Hey, I need you to say that you were here when I took this." In front of everybody. They're trying to say it was a joke. The officer that said it is saying that didn't happen.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That is
insane.
Horrible.
The YNW Melly case is already insane. So the defense, rightfully so here. So for you guys watching, I don't care if you think he's guilty. I don't care if you think he's not. None of that's important. What's important is that we have a justice system that we can depend on and trust in. And a situation like that isn't giving us this. And then what's interesting, okay, and I do feel like there's some worth there, is they slap new charges on them: witness tampering, or jury tampering. I'm sorry, jury tampering. And the defense attorney is like, yeah, they're doing that because we brought this up.
how are they saying that the defense tampered with the jury?
You should watch the video. We already went over that in the Melly video. But that's not even important to this case. So
Okay.
What's important is the fact that they slapped that on in response to the defense bringing up this real evidence.
It's just tit for tat.
It is tit for tat. That's what's going on.
Yeah.
So the evidence against the jury tampering is not strong. It's not going to stick. It's really just to cause more problems. All they're saying is that based on eyewitness accounts, Melly used other phone cards and other prisoners to control a gang member on the outside to tamper with the jury and evidence. So it wasn't jury tampering. I'm sorry. I know I flip-flopped that twice. I'm just sitting here remembering with my ADHD, but it was witness. The state had an eyewitness that they were going to call up that ended up backing out, and the state is saying that Melly didn't instruct somebody to do the witness tampering himself. He had someone else do it.
Okay.
You're never going to get that to stick. You're never going to get that to stick. There's not going to be evidence for that.
I mean, there could be if they had text messages or something, but...
No. He's been in jail the whole time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So
I
that's
got
why
you.
I was saying using other people's jail cards.
Right.
So,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like after I listened to the ex-girlfriend's mother talk about her experience with the prosecution, it really solidified the BS in that trial for me. Like,
I agree.
everything. She's literally wearing an ankle monitor because of them.
Yeah.
There's just so much going on.
There is. And if he's truly guilty, I just have such a hard time with this. Do I think it's possible he's guilty? Absolutely, I think it's possible he's guilty.
It's just hard for me to keep up with it so much, to be honest. But I don't think the guilt matters when you're dealing with corruption that way. Like, if
you have no idea then. You can't even tell.
Yeah.
Who's
like,
guilty and innocent.
If the prosecution or anybody, law enforcement, does something shady to sway the evidence to look like it's against this person, once they've done that, they have screwed everything up. They've made the case worse than it would have ever been if they had not done that.
I agree.
Like, when you start doing that, you're risking it all at that point. You're risking them not going to prison. So what is the point?
Yeah. No, the best way, like what I think about it when I see a case that has like some questionable things going on, or police didn't handle evidence right, or chain of custody wasn't handled right, or any of those normal things that we see a lot, it's like a split alternate reality, and as we move forward, even though that mistake happened back here, we're just getting further and further and further away from the truth.
Exactly.
And it gets to a point now where I think there's great evidence that he could be guilty, but because I'm seeing situations that aren't being handled fairly, I'm questioning everything. I have no idea now. How am I supposed to believe the true evidence, the real evidence, the him walking around the car, being there for, quite 30 minutes, 45 minutes to stage, like the prosecution is saying, after the crime had occurred? How are we supposed to believe any of that when we're shown that it's being manipulated in other areas?
I feel like that's honestly what's happened in the Kohberger case.
It's happened in a lot lately.
The gag order, and then the things that made us question it, because it looked like law enforcement wasn't doing things right. They were being super secretive to the point that it wasn't helpful.
Yes.
Okay.
Agreed.
They went back on things they said, like saying everybody's safe, and then, well, actually, we don't even know for real. Like, we don't know.
Yeah.
Changing the dates of the car. Like, there's so many things that you begin to be like, can I really trust any of their supposed evidence?
Yeah, and there's always little things, okay? I just want to be clear with this. So we understand humans make mistakes, and I get it, and I'm okay with it. And I also understand that people and police will make huge mistakes where they have to be held accountable, maybe suspended for a while. And that's part of the game. That's part of being a human being, and I get that. But in these situations, you don't try and hide it and sweep it under a rug and continue moving forward to point fingers at who did it. That creates doubt, that creates distrust, that creates major issues in every single case. And just like this YNW Melly case, I don't know what to think now. I have no clue because I don't feel like people are being honest here. And then in these situations too, if I'm a defense attorney, okay, and I'm defending someone that is being mistreated and the law is being abused and manipulated against them, I myself would have a very hard time not returning the tactics to them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So then the whole case is just a pile.
Well, that's what's going on here. The tit for tat, this is regressed into, I don't know, politics.
I mean, not really.
High school politics.
I mean, maybe local there, just based on like perception of people because of Melly's image. But like going back to the original issue here, if the cop took her phone and was too rough and did it without having the proper police officer there, that's a problem. Unfortunately, that phone cannot be used or shouldn't be able to be used, or something else happen and get a new search warrant and get the phone now. Like, there's ways to manage that, and sweeping it under the rug and pretending like it didn't happen is not the way to do it.
No, it's not.
So I would love to know what you guys think about it. The YNW Melly case just drives me crazy, man. It drives me nuts from the second I started watching it.
Yeah.
Just the prosecution trying to say that, and again, I understand Melly could be guilty, but that doesn't mean that you lie and use untrustworthy tactics. But saying that he's guilty because he dresses a certain way, oh, I have such a hard time with that, you guys.
Yeah.
Come on.
No kidding.
A certain type of dress does not mean innocence or guilt.
Absolutely not.
But let us know what you think.
So, moving on. In August 1994, a body of a young woman was left in a tree line off Interstate 10 near Holt in the Florida Panhandle.
Okay.
She was discovered wearing a long button-up dress with flowers, lots of jewelry, including a cord bracelet with beads on it, a cord necklace with pendants, a charm bracelet without a charm, and it says more. So I'm assuming she was wearing a lot of jewelry and this button-up flowery dress. Her inmates that were picking up trash on the side of the road are who discovered her. She was known as Jane Doe, like, all this time.
Yeah, I mean, that's a long time.
We're going on 30 years
Yeah.
of her being known as just Jane Doe. And they estimated that she was between 35 to 55 years old. Well,
Gosh,
now,
she was that degraded?
that was the estimate.
That's a
Yeah.
20-year gap. I feel like that's
She was actually 34.
25 to 55, though.
Yeah. Well, it was 35 to 55.
35 to... Still, that feels like a big gap, but gotcha.
But we now know who this woman is. And she was 34-year-old Suzanne Kellenberg, and she was one of the 8 victims of the Happy Face Killer.
Okay. Yep.
So this October 3rd, Okaloosa County Sheriff Eric Aiden announced that they found out who she is.
Wow.
They finally identified her. And I believe it was Othram that worked on it. With DNA.
Interesting. So it was DNA. So we have another DNA
Yep.
case solved here.
Genealogy.
We're seeing them just come in left and right. And I hope, okay, again, this is my doubtful mind, and we always try and side with police, but I hope all these cases that are getting cleared are legitimate. You know?
I
And
hope so, too.
we're not just trying to work off some of the caseload in books.
I really hope so, too.
Yeah. Yep. I would be curious to dive into some of the how police departments get paid. Do they get paid by having certain cases closed, or under 25% open cases, active cases, current cases, cold cases? You know what I mean? I'd be curious to know that. But we're seeing a lot of cases come through that are closed, and that's phenomenal. I mean, to have these victims' families that finally get closure, man, is incredible.
Well, they say that a family member actually submitted a DNA sample, and it came back as 100% match.
So it connected in the system.
Yep.
That's awesome.
Yeah, somebody put their DNA in the system, like an ancestry website, and it popped up. Which, I mean, hopefully it's real. I guess it could be pretty easy if you're trying to, work off some cold cases and you have some unidentified victims and you suspect they're of this serial killer, just attaching it to a girl that went missing that seems to fit the profile, seems to fit all of these things, and then getting a DNA match. Because 100%, what does that mean? You know what I mean? Since we've been talking about this and diving into it,
yes.
100%
isn't
possible. So,
and if you're watching this and you're curious what we're talking about, check this out right here. So we actually dive into the DNA evidence, and DNA usually comes back as a percentage of likelihood, and 1 out or 100% is just so rare, you guys, because they're looking for 0.1% out of 99.1% of 8 billion, and yeah, check it out.
Yeah. So actually, the Happy Face Killer, which is, what's his full name? It's something Jesper. The Happy Face Killer. I forget his full name. I know his last name is
I'll look it up.
Just Person. Oh, it's Just Person.
Yeah.
I don't know why I was saying Jesper. So apparently they talked to him in September, and he literally said exactly how it happened.
Okay, yeah.
That
I feel like that's great evidence.
Well, yeah. I mean, he was at a truck stop in Tampa, and he picked her up there and drove her up the Panhandle, upstate in Florida, where they stopped, and apparently he sat down next to her while she was sleeping, and she just started screaming and wouldn't stop. And he wasn't allowed to have people in his semi-truck unauthorized, so he strangled her.
Wow.
He zip-tied her and strangled her. Pretty horrible, and then just dumped her off on the side of the interstate.
Yep. You know how many cases that we've looked into and covered that truck drivers...
Okay, Keefe, Just Person.
Yep. Jesperson.
Jesperson?
Yes. But
of course, another name mispronounced.
Yeah.
Wait, say it again.
I mean, I think it's Jesperson.
Jesperson. Okay, that actually makes more sense.
Yeah.
I just always knew the Happy Face Killer. I didn't pay attention to the name. That's not a serial killer I've actually dove that much into.
No.
So, my bad.
Just another trucker. But for the victims, at least these things can get closed. There comes a time where 30 years is a long time, man.
I know, and I'm really happy for the family.
Justice.
The family.
Yeah.
He's still alive and in prison.
Yeah.
In Oregon State Penitentiary.
Yep. Good.
Yeah.
Forever will be in prison.
I just talked about how they talked to him and he admitted to all of it. But I thought that was really interesting, though, and I'm really glad that they didn't just do the DNA thing and then be like, oh yeah, that's her. They actually went and talked to him and investigated it and got the story so that there could be real justice and closure for her family.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But it's really interesting, and I have the same question as you. Is there a way to know if these are 100%? This is it.
I would love to know.
I'm sure since it's based off percentages, there is like high percentages where you're like, oh yeah, definitely.
Oh yeah,
But-
normally it's 1 out of an X factor, however many people.
But the issue is they don't give us those details when they make a match. They don't say it was this out of this or it was whatever. Like
Normally they don't, yes, but when
like
you're
never.
bringing
They
it
just say 100% match, and so you're like, what does that mean
for the news and media. But when
Right.
when they're taking it to court, most of the time it is a percentage base. Like while I was doing research on that, I read multiple cases where the attorney brought it in and said, "Hey, this is 1 out of every 2 people." You know, literally, it could be half the world's population. And then I've seen ones where they say, you know, look, the likelihood is 1 out of 5 million or 1 out of 8 billion, you know what I mean? And those percentages are more closer to exact because there's only 8 billion people in the world. So if you have a likelihood chance that's higher than 1 out of 8 billion, that's pretty good. That's right there near 100%.
Yeah.
So
But yeah.
let us know what you think. Let those thoughts write in the comments below. Moving along here. This is so crazy. Oh my gosh, you guys. So, I think I'm pronouncing this right, all right? So, Canon City, Colorado. The awful smell seeped from a neglected building in a small Colorado town for days, followed by a report that made police take a closer look at the Green Funeral Operator's storage facility.
Oh gosh.
So, they found, when searching for this horrible smell where they had multiple complaints, it was literally, I'm seeing some statements where it could be smell all around this small town, like everywhere, okay? Over 115 bodies.
What?
Yes, over 115 bodies.
That had all been ended?
That had died from, that had been customers at this funeral home.
Okay.
So it doesn't give many more statements on this. If I'm making a best guess, okay, I think it probably costs money to bury, incinerate those things of a body, right? So when you have a loved one and you take them to a funeral home and they're supposed to incinerate or they are supposed to bury or do those things, I'm sure that you pay an upfront cost, and then that cost, some of that is taken to pay for, those things. And if you don't want to pay for those things, maybe this is another option, or so the owner thought.
So you're saying these are people who didn't have families to pay for burial
That is not
or
what I'm
cremation?
saying. No, I'm saying the owner wanted to pocket all of that money.
Okay, there's no way, because when you get a family member cremated, they give you ashes, or you watch them get buried in the ground.
I get it, but this is proof that that statement you're making is wrong.
There's no way, because why would they
That
bury
is
an
way.
empty casket?
Got me.
That doesn't make any sense at all.
I'm giving my opinion because it's always money related. Always. There is nothing out there that's not money
Or
related.
he's like a necrophiliac.
I don't know. But this is dangerous. This is hazard. This is
Yeah.
toxic. So I'm not a necrophiliac, so I guess that maybe if you're into that you could still be
They're
into
his
that.
homies. They're his
But
homies.
like, dude, that is hazardous, toxic, and
Yeah.
like the team they brought in to manage this is the law enforcement team that they use for airplane crashes, which again are hazardous and toxic with the gases they use, and how barely ever anybody lives through an airline crash. So those scenes are just chaos, dude. Bodies everywhere, toxic gas everywhere, like it, and they had to bring in that team to deal with this.
Whoa. So they were suited up.
I don't think that he had them there for personal use. I think there's something else to it. And there is a statement. It's funny that you said ashes. There is a statement of somebody who used them and was supposed to get ashes and never did.
That's why he thinks people are just going to forget about their family members' ashes?
115 bodies. It sounds like that's what was happening. So I know you're like making questions of how is this possible, but the thing is, it is possible. He didn't get caught because bodies were missing. He got caught because of the smell. The reason, I don't know. It
has to be only cremation, because when it comes to like, you go out with the casket and bury it. So I think it couldn't be that, because there's no point in burying an empty casket. You just put the body with it. Like the casket is what costs the massive amount of money, is the casket and the burying. So it would have to be cremations where they think, oh, like I can just pocket this money and these people aren't gonna come after me to get their ashes or anything.
I
Why
have
wouldn't you
no
bury
idea.
them?
I don't know.
Like, that's just so nasty.
It's such a strange situation that I wish I knew more, and there's just not anything out there yet. There was a statement made by police where they came out and said, hey, we just want to let you know what's going on and let you know that we are going to take care of these remains with the utmost respect, care, and concern, because we know that they are your guys' loved ones, right? And reach out to us if you ever use this funeral home, or we will be reaching out to you. But some of these bodies were in full-blown decomposition to the point of not being recognizable, not being able to tell if they're male or female, not being able to get fingerprints, anything like that. So, like, there were bodies in decomp and more being brought in. So this isn't just a situation where someone forgot.
They were in all stages.
Yeah.
Okay.
115 or more. It's a weird situation, man.
This is super weird.
And no charges have been brought yet. I'm assuming that they're investigating. And the owner actually said that some people had noticed the smell before, and he said that it's his taxidermy. So he was actively trying to lie.
He was lying.
I think it has to be money related. I think it has to be. Something's up regarding the money.
Huh. Why would it cost so much to just run your furnace thing that you cremate bodies in? I forget. I don't remember what it's called.
I mean, because
just the energy bill?
No, I think that
gas bill?
Death is exploited in situations. Why does it cost so much for a casket, when it doesn't cost that much to make it? Because death is exploitable. It's one of those things that a body has to be taken care of, like water and food and things like that. Any of those needs that we have as people, are exploitable. It's capitalism.
Yeah, but they have their own cremating thing in there. Do they? Usually, I thought.
I don't know. I don't think so. I've never seen one.
Oh, I have.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know either, but
hopefully we'll find out. I'm curious if you guys know more here. This is just strange. That is such a high number of bodies, and the way that they're being managed, it threw me off. It grossed me out.
It's disturbing, I'm sure, for the neighbors and people around to know that's what they've been smelling.
Agreed. But let us know what you guys think. Gross.
Yeah, yuck. So, something that was breaking all over the news this past week. Something that was breaking all over the news this past week was the abduction of Charlotte Sena. It's Sena.
Okay.
I almost said Sena. I think it's Sena. So this Saturday, September 30th, she was riding her bike around Monroe, I think it's Moreau Lake State Park in New York State. Her family was at a campground, having some, fun family time. She rides a few laps with her friends, like family members, whatever. And then the last one, she's like, everybody goes back to eat dinner or whatever. And she's like, one more lap, please, and then she goes by herself. Boom, gone.
Yeah.
She doesn't come back. Her parents are like, where is she at? Go look for her, find her bike. So they call police. The police come out there. It was closed off to the public, period. They didn't want anybody from the public coming in and helping search. Because oftentimes when a kid, or anybody for that matter, like, what's her name? Carly Russell went missing. The public went out and started searching for her.
Of course.
Like, boots to the ground. Like,
kids are our future.
Civilians.
People, yeah.
But with her, they did not allow it. They shut it all off. They're like, nobody from the public is coming in to search. It's just firefighters, state troopers, police, like law enforcement, period.
Wow. Okay.
And then we find out that the kidnapper left a ransom note in her family home's mailbox, and they found her.
Yeah.
Only like a few days later. It was, I think, right in the 48-hour range, is from what I'm remembering off the top of my head. October 2nd is when she was found. Missing September 30th, found October 2nd. So it's just a few days.
Super
And
glad.
she was safe and in good health. We don't know what happened to her. But there has been a ton to come out since then. His son spoke up, claiming that he hopes he rots in prison. He seems very upset that he has to deal with all of this going on with his father. He said that he hates him and hopes he dies in prison.
I feel like those are very valid feelings for him to feel. Whether you can truly hate one of your parents, I don't know. I think that's more of a question for an expert. But in this situation, gosh, I would be embarrassed to be a family member with somebody who did something so stupid, so horrible, so embarrassing too. So I get it.
I forgot to mention how they found her. So he got arrested for a DUI. His fingerprints went in the system. They found fingerprints on the ransom note, and that's how they connected him to it. She was found at his mother's home in a camper, like an RV, behind his mother's trailer. It was a double-wide trailer.
Okay.
RV parked in the back. That's where I've been hearing Charlotte was found, in a closet. So there's a lot of questions around whether his mother knew or not. Her house was further away from where Charlotte lived, but his house was literally only a couple doors down from Charlotte's family home.
Jeez.
So he was right there. His actual house was right there. They had drones up around his house. There was a neighbor lady who came out and claimed that he tried to abduct her son, like earlier in the year. Not sure if that's actually true or not. There's no police report on that, which is a bit odd if you did lie about that. Or if it did happen, why didn't you call the police?
I don't know.
So a bit odd. Also, another thing that's come out is an ex of his, and this man, by the way, is Craig Ross. I don't think I said his name. He is 46 years old, and an ex-girlfriend of his came out and claimed that she thinks it's Amanda Priest. She's 33. So quite a bit younger. Not that matters too much. 46, 33, not a huge deal. People were making kind of a big deal of that. And JLR, by the way, has been covering this like crazy. He has been on it, boots on the ground, and covering everything that's been coming out. I actually have really enjoyed his coverage on this specific case because he's been so invested, and I think it's on a personal level. This one bothered him. This did. But it's a miracle that Charlotte was found. Now, what Amanda Priest is alleging, his ex-girlfriend, is that she thinks that he held the ransom because he's having financial issues because of it was like something to do with taxes. Like he maybe had been audited or something. It was something like that. He was
That's
having
scary to own the tax man money.
Yeah, so he was behind on tax. Okay, I'm wrong. It's property taxes. He was behind on tax payments for a property in Porter Corners in Saratoga County, less than 2 miles from Charlotte's parents' home. And she thinks that the reason he went after Charlotte specifically is because her grandfather was granted, I think it was $2.2 million back in like the 80s.
Okay.
What? That's so long ago.
Yeah.
That's super, super
I mean,
long ago.
that would make me feel a little bit better just because I feel like it's not about some kind of sexual element, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it was all focused on money and he felt like that they had the most money of any family around him. I don't know, but gosh, what an idiot. And I'm just glad that she's back safe, man.
Me too. So he was awarded, it was Patrick Sena. Sena. He was Charlotte's grandfather, and he was awarded $2.2 for a settlement in 1998. I thought it was 1989.
Okay.
But yeah, 1998, he got $2.2 million over a sledding accident, and he sued the town of Greenfield.
Hey.
Because he got hurt from a bump or something like that. I don't know. He
There
hit a
it
bump
is.
and went flying, and he got a fractured spine and pelvis.
You just need a sledding accident to make a little bit of money.
He thought because her grandfather got a couple mil, like...
Pre-2000s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That you would hold her ransom and get a chunk of that money. I think he was only asking for $50,000. Yeah, it was $50,000 that he was asking for in the ransom letter. This guy is trash, though.
Yep.
He's actual trash.
Yep.
For real.
He is. I know it.
And I'm just super happy that she's back home safe. I hope that the financial aspect is true, because hopefully that means Charlotte didn't suffer any abuse other than the kidnapping from this horrible man. Hopefully.
Yeah.
Hopefully it was nothing more than taking her, putting her in a closet, apparently, and hopefully feeding her and at least taking care of her. I get
so.
this
We
is
won't
super,
know, though.
super traumatic, but hopefully the least traumatic it could be is what I hope for her and her family. I hope that they're all coping okay and getting the support and the help that they need to get through such a tough time. But yeah, actual trash. I thought we would just mention it here on the podcast because it's been such a big deal and there's been so much coming out since. But yeah, I really suggest watching JLR's videos on it too, because he's really been diving deep head first into it.
Yeah. I'm just really glad that she's back.
Me too.
Gosh, anything can go so much worse. I mean,
this is a rarity.
Regardless what you think with the whole John Bonet thing, at least the setup, the outline of that crime was a very similar fashion. And if you don't get what you want, a lot of times kids get harmed or they've already been harmed from the very beginning. So, it's a child. Like, yes, this guy, anybody that harms a child in any way, is trash. And because you were back on property taxes, that gives you the okay or green light to go out there and stalk and take a child is just disgusting to me. And I understand how his kid is feeling. I understand how the rest of the U.S. is feeling, and we feel the same way, man. And people like that are dangerous and need to be put behind bars.
I just can't imagine being behind on my property taxes and abducting a little girl.
I can't think of anything where there's any reason to abduct or harm a child. Nothing.
It's just so ridiculous.
There is nothing in life that is ever bad, hard, whatever enough to do something that horrible, because things like that ruin people's lives for their entire lives, you know. Any new watchers, you might not know this, but I was a victim of a child abuse, not from my parents. I had a really good immediate family, but just it happened with another family member, and things like that stick with you your whole life. You know what I mean? It followed me around in little areas till I was able to work through it, you know, in my 20s and things like that. So I just, in this situation, I just hope that there's not much trauma.
Yeah.
Like sexual based, but I'm curious what you guys think.
I feel the same way. I think he's probably a drug addict too, because they were wearing hazmat suits while searching his mother's home, and I don't know.
Way.
Yeah, I don't know
That's
what
a
else.
good indicator. Gosh.
I don't know what else they could be. Why else they would be wearing hazmat suits to search that home?
Yeah, jeez.
Which makes me also nervous for Charlotte. Like, thank God if there's like fentanyl or, you know, another drug in there that she didn't come in contact with it, you know?
Absolutely.
I mean, the RV in the backyard honestly makes me question it too.
Yeah, like a cookhouse.
Yep.
Exactly. I know. That's classic cooker MO right there.
Oh, yeah. Yep. But we want to know what you guys think. If you hear any more that's coming out about this, or want to hear any more about it, let us know.
Yes. And that is it for the true crime breaking news updates.
It's just true crime breaking news, baby. It's not updates.
Yeah, that's it.
He's like dead set on calling it updates, and I'm dead set on not. It's just true crime breaking news.
Yeah, that's what
Thought
I
Riot
was
style.
saying. Maybe something different came out of my mouth, but I was thinking that.
Okay,
So
that's what counts.
they all knew.
That's what counts.
Yes. Okay.
Now, we are going to talk the Gainesville Ripper. This story, this case, was suggested to us by Riddler, one of our viewers, in comparing it with the Kohberger case from Moscow, Idaho. I was so spooked when I read about this because of the similarities. It's intense. And also, this crime, this case, is what the movie Scream, the franchise, like the movies, several movies, were based off of.
That's why you wanted to do it in a darker setting. It's a spooky one.
It is spooky. So, August 24th, 1990, in Gainesville, Florida, off campus of the University of Florida, there are two parents, the Powell parents. Their daughter was Krista Powell. Right? It's Krista. Hold on, let me make sure. Yeah, it's Krista. So, two parents. The parents of Krista Powell, to be exact, a 17-year-old who had just moved in to apartments. It's the Williamsburg apartments off campus with her friend Sonia Larson. They had just helped her move in, and she was super excited. She was a freshman. Like, this was all, she was really looking forward to starting college. They couldn't get a hold of her. She was meant to call them, never called them. They wanted to, check in with her after she got settled into the new apartment.
Yeah.
So they drive over there. They knock on the door. No answer. So they go and grab the manager, and they're like, hey, we're getting a bit concerned. Our daughter hasn't been answering the phone. We tried knocking on the door. We can't get a hold of her. Could you please use the key and go, let us in so we can check on our daughter? So the maintenance workers actually who went and got the manager, they talked to him first. So the manager, the maintenance worker, they say, well, yeah, we can, but we have to get the police involved. We can't just go open a resident's door.
Yeah.
We have to call the police, and there has to be basically like a wellness check.
Sure.
So a cop comes, and the maintenance worker, the manager, and the cop are like, hey, you guys should just wait here. I guess the cop had just an odd feeling. So he's like, just wait here. We'll go check. And if it's all clear, we'll come get you. They go up there. They try the master key. It doesn't work.
Oh, they changed locks.
Really odd.
Yeah.
So they bust out a window pane and unlock it from the inside. And they go in, and they were immediately hit by a smell.
Never good.
So they, advance into the home. In the living room, there's like a couch and there's a TV. The back of the couch is facing them. They walk around. Horror. It is just absolute horror. There is Krista laying in front of the couch, posed, nude.
Posed?
Yes. These victims, every single one of them, with the exceptions of a couple, were posed. Nude, with their hands up in like a provocative position. So, a lewd position, suggestive position, I guess you could say. They were always posed to create shock value. Like, oh my gosh, what am I looking at?
Serial killer 101, I'm telling you.
Yes, so the maintenance worker, disturbed by what he saw, runs out to where the parents are and starts throwing up. And they're like, oh my gosh, like what's wrong with our daughter, Well, the police, obviously it all gets quarantined, like, crime scene tape, they're investigating. They also find Sonia upstairs, and she is in bed, same exact way, nude, posed, and they are both stabbed by a large, sharp-edged weapon.
Yep.
Both
sounds similar.
Both in similar positions, too. Like, they both were in this, like, suggestive position.
Do they ever name the weapon in this?
It's a K-bar.
Oh, no way.
It is a K-bar knife.
Oh, my gosh.
Yes. So
what?
Police investigate. They find evidence of like residue from duct tape on their mouths and around their wrists. So they think that the victims were tied up, and then after death that they were untied. Also found evidence that Krista had been essayed, not Sonia, and Krista had been washed. They found like soap in a towel, and that the killer had washed her body.
Okay.
Class was just supposed to be starting that next following Monday, which is important to note. Like, there's so many students coming into town at this time. So they have no leads. Like, that's basically it. That's all they know. So 12 hours before this, a girl named Krista Hoyt, who worked at the sheriff's office, did not show up to work, which was not like her at all.
Okay.
Not like her at all. She was literally known for being on time, always being there, never, ever didn't show up to work. No matter what. Like,
Yeah.
just had wisdom
One of
teeth.
those reliable people.
Just had wisdom teeth taken out, still showing up to work. Like, that kind of
Jeez.
person. So, the sheriff's office actually is like, hey, can you go... I think they called the Gaines... She worked in a different... They called, like, the city PD, I think is what it was. Like, the sheriff's office contacted the local police office and was like, hey, can you go check on her? And they actually they go over there and they this is disturbing. I'm sorry. I'm thrown off. Let me start that little part over. So the sheriff's office contacts local PD, and they go over to her home, and they knock on the door. There's no answer. They go around back, and they peek in a window.
Okay.
And when they peek in the window, they see her bed. And on the edge of the bed is her body sitting there on the edge, naked, posed. But there's no head. and they can see visible stab wounds all over her back. And the police officer's like crouching and peeking through this window, and he can see her head is up on a shelf to the left, made to look like it's looking down at her body. They're horrified. Obviously, they go in there. They conduct the investigation. They see that she was SA'd, evidence of duct tape, same MO, all of it, except for this time the head is missing. So clearly we have a timeline happening here and a serial killer. Krista's first. Then we have Krista. Then we have. Wait, they're both Krista.
Makes it
yeah.
serial.
Oh my gosh, I already messed this whole thing up. Christina Powell was the first one. It was Christina. I was getting them mixed up.
Okay.
So it was Christina Powell, Sonia Larson were the second ones. Krista Hoyt was the first one from the sheriff's office. Anyway, Krista, it's like the same thing. Anyway, so after this, there are more victims. It's kind of wild. It's literally the next day.
What?
They find more. So, this girl named Lisa.
That's no normal cooldown. That is...
It's not at all.
It's a spree.
I know. Trust me, I know. Like, we already have earlier, like probably night to day,
Yeah.
and like early morning hours maybe even. And then we have 2 victims in like the afternoon or something like that. And then now the next day. It's kind of insane. Like, what's going on there? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anyway, after these 2 murders, it's just pandemonium. The police put out a bulletin and they're like, hey, we have these 2 cases going on, this girl and also these other 2 girls, and we have a killer on the loose. People freak. Like, people are so scared. And they are changing locks. So. Police are on the streets, boots on the ground. Like, police presence is really bumped up. People are, buying weapons to keep in their homes. It starts making national news, and people are really, really, really scared. So, Lisa from out of state calls her friend Tracy. Tracy is a 23-year-old who is also going to school at the University of Florida, and she lives with her roommate, 23-year-old Manny Tabata.
Okay.
Who is a big football player, dude.
Okay.
Like, big football player, dude, which I feel like is important to mention. He tells her, like, hey, yeah, there's this killer going around. Don't worry. I got your back. I'm going to, they weren't dating or anything. They were just roommates. But I will protect you. Like, if anything happens, thank God we live together. I can protect you. So Lisa calls her friend Tracy. He's like, oh, my gosh, I saw what's on the news. Like, are you guys doing okay? Are you scared? And, they're like, yeah, like, I got Manny. He'll take care of me. I'm not too worried about it. And she's like, okay, well, will you just call me when you get home from class? Because I want to make sure you're okay. No call comes.
Oh, great.
Lisa goes to bed and is like kind of freaked out, but is like, maybe she forgot. Maybe they're busy. Next morning, she never gets a call. Nobody answers the phone. She's like, okay, now I'm really freaked out. So she calls somebody that she knows lives in the building, which is Tommy. And she's like, can you please go check on Tracy? Like, she was supposed to call me. She never called me. And he's like, sure, I will. I'll go over there and I'll call you from her phone at her apartment and let you know that, everything's all good. He goes over there, calls her from the phone, and is just screaming his head off.
No.
Mm-hmm. So cops get called. They go over there. It's the same exact thing, except for this time, Manny, the football player, is also stabbed, and he's laying face down in the bed, and there was clearly a fight. Like, he put up a fight but still ended the same way. But he was clothed, not SA'd, none of that. But Tracy was all of that, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, muscles don't have a lot against a knife or a gun or any weapon. Like, muscles don't do much.
I know.
Especially with an element of surprise.
The element of surprise will, especially if you're...
changes everything.
It does. It absolutely changes everything, which is how BTK was so successful, too. And the Night Stalker... They would run in there and scare the living crap out of you.
Yep.
Like in those few seconds, you can't really think straight.
Yeah.
You're not used to that kind of adrenaline and stress and fear, and like no human is used to that. Like, you know what I mean?
No, they have the upper hand. You aren't ready for somebody to come around a corner or come yelling at you or running at you. It takes a second to think. Even if you're one of those people that act really quick, it still takes a second. Mm-hmm. So it's unfortunate.
After this last murder, the town is really scared. Like, people are leaving. People are packing up and leaving, just like what happened in just like what happened in Moscow. People are out of there, or they're sleeping with a knife under their bed, or a gun or a baseball bat. Like, people are really genuinely scared. Police presence is really heavy, and the police are at a loss, but tips start coming in about this guy named Ed Humphrey. They're saying, this guy's super weird. He walks around in the forest around campus. He has close proximity to the victims because he lived in that apartment complex where Sonia and Christina lived. And he carries around a hunting knife. Similar, Also, he had this scarred up face, okay? And he just behaved really strangely. Like, he wasn't a normal, nice person to interact with. His behavior was off, walking through the forest, carrying a hunting knife, like, a lot of issues, and this scarred up face. It is freaky. Like, when you look at him from those pictures from back then, he looks scary.
Yeah. It would stand out.
Right. So they're getting all these tips on him. Like, people are weirded out by him. And he ends up getting in an argument with his grandmother and hits her. So he gets picked up for domestic assault literally 4 days after these crimes. And he's their number one suspect. So 4 days after the crimes, he gets picked up, and they hold him on like $1 million bond because for just domestic abuse, but that's because he was literally their number one suspect in the murder case. So
they didn't want to let him go.
They didn't want to let him even have the chance of getting bail.
They asked the judge for an exception, and okay.
Well,
smart. If
the murders stop while he's in jail.
No way.
So everybody's like, oh, we think they got the killer for real. It's him. The media takes this and they run with it. They're like, they pull up his past, it's character assassination, it's all of it. It's like, this is the guy for sure.
It kind of sounds like it's not character assassination when he has an actual past, though.
Right.
So
you're right. There's a lot of factors that make him look like a person who could absolutely do this 100%. And I don't fault anybody for thinking that's a possibility. My issue is that he was presumed guilty.
Right away
by everybody involved.
Yep.
That even if the evidence didn't point towards him, that means he had an accomplice, and he's still guilty. Like, even if they got contradictory evidence, they made everything fit the narrative that, well, if it doesn't fit him, then it fits his accomplice.
Jeez.
The police and the media both did this.
We see this all the time, too. That's why you're hearing me say, geez, I'm just sitting here thinking of all the cases that we've covered over the last 6 months where cops feel like they're doing something good. They feel like they're doing a community service. They feel like they're doing justice because they know it is this person. So if something comes up, they're like, I don't want to let in information that could let the guy have some sort of defense about it, but then something comes up and they end up not being the guy, you know?
Right.
So, and that creates more problems than it's worth.
Exactly. So they think they got the guy. They're doing, more investigation to try to back this up. They end up finding a campsite, okay, in the forest behind the university, like this forest we were talking about. And lo and behold, the people at that campsite was Danny Rolling and his drug dealer. Well, Danny takes off running when the police come back there. But the drug dealer gets caught. What they find at this campsite which is a piece of evidence I forgot to mention that they found at the homes, was that it looked like it had been broken into with a screwdriver. That whoever killed these people broke in with, like, prying the door or something with a screwdriver. So, when they find this campsite, they find a bag of money that has, like, pink dye all over it. They find the drug dealer, a screwdriver, a gun, an audio recorder. They don't listen to the audio recordings.
What?
They are like, okay, this money clearly is from the bank robbery we had the same week of the murders, but we have to worry about, the murders. Like, we're just going to put this, we got this drug dealer. It was probably him, that took the money. They didn't even think about the guy that took off running. Like, I don't even know if they even knew he was there because they didn't pursue him. So they put it all in storage and they try to get this guy, the drug dealer, for the bank robbery. Well, as they're looking into him, they're like, we don't really think he did the bank robbery. He's kind of dumb. Like, he doesn't seem like he would know what he's doing.
He didn't fit the profile.
He didn't really fit it.
Got it.
So that just gets thrown in storage somewhere, and they're like, and they don't listen to the audio recordings or anything. Really odd.
Yeah.
Really, really odd. Like, not...
Let the evidence lead you.
Right. Ed Humphrey was walking those woods. So why wouldn't they even think for a second that he could have been back there at this campsite with this drug dealer? Like, why wouldn't you just at least look? You know what I mean? So, who's Danny Rolling that was at this campsite? Well, to really get down to the bottom of the story, I feel like I have to start talking about him. He is from Shreveport, Louisiana, very troubled man that grew up with, his father was a vet and a police officer who many people speculated had PTSD. The mother and the father had a very tumultuous relationship where she tried to leave multiple times because he was abusive to the whole family. And it got worse after Danny's little brother was born. He was born in May 26, 1954 in Shreveport, Louisiana. And there was no affection in this household. Like, it was super abusive, no affection. They were expected to be perfect at all times or else they were abused. He failed the 3rd grade for attendance issues, and the counselors he went to counseling, I guess, and they said that he had an inferiority, oh my gosh.
Inferiority complex.
Inferiority complex. It didn't sound right coming out of my mouth.
You had it.
With a lack of impulse control in the 3rd grade. 3rd grade. And he started becoming a peeping Tom. He really enjoyed going around, looking at other families' homes and seeing, like, the family he couldn't have. He started having a drinking problem at a very young age. And he eventually, as he grew up, started just getting into trouble, drinking, getting into trouble, getting in fights with his family. When he was a grown-up, he actually went into the Air Force. He got kicked out and got arrested for disobeying orders, then moved in with his grandma for a little bit, and then got married and had a daughter. And this is where we get to the important part. He got married and had a daughter, and then his wife cheated on him and divorced him. This combined with the fact that he eventually had to move back in with his family, and that they like didn't want him to live there. Mm-hmm. He gets fired from this job. You know, his wife divorced him. Like, his life is just coming crashing down on him. He leaves after getting, you know, it was a restaurant or something. He gets fired. He leaves. He says he's walking around town. He's super angry. And he was still a peeping Tom at this point, okay? There's this woman, okay, that he's been watching for a while.
Ugh.
And he's
such a creepy thought.
I know. He's got an obsession with her. Her name is Julie Grissom, and this is in Shreveport, Louisiana, when he's still living there. He has like kind of an obsession with her. He decides he's going to go over there, and he's going to kill her. Well, at this time, unfortunately, Tom Grissom, which is Julie's father, had his grandson over for his birthday, his 8th birthday, and the little boy's name was Sean. Now, the grandpa was supposed to take Sean back home very early Monday so his mother could take him to school, and he was supposed to just hang out with his grandpa for the weekend and his aunt and, like, have a good birthday weekend. Well, Danny goes in the home, sees Sean on the couch watching TV, and stabs him to death.
Gosh.
Then kills the grandpa who was walking in the house with steaks to feed them dinner, and then goes upstairs and gets a hold of the aunt, says, I just killed your nephew and your dad, so you're going to comply. You're going to let me tie you up, or else I'm going to do the same to you. He assaults her, then he stabs her. Yeah. He washed her with vinegar to try to get rid of evidence, and poses her the same way that the victims in Florida were posed.
That's such... There are a lot of killers out there that do that, and that is such a weird thing to think about. Like, after they've ended somebody, they have such an infatuation with what they just did in that crime that they go out of their way to pose a body. Like, a body is heavy. It's not like an action figure you can just pose. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of things that come into play with that, and they have such an infatuation that they take the time to do that. It's just strange.
It is strange, but I've
always felt like it's strange, and serial killers are strange in general, but that, like,
it's
the after death infatuation is just weirds me out.
It weirds me out too. I feel like it's like their handiwork, and I think specifically with Danny, he wanted it to be shocking, but so it's the same. It's so similar to the killings in Florida. Well, after this, it's actually several months after this, I believe like 6 months, he gets in an argument with his father, runs out to the car. It's like a really bad argument. Runs out to the car, grabs a gun, runs in the house, and he shoots his father in the head and in the stomach. And then he's on the run. He's literally out of there. He's gone. With the wind, gone from Shreveport, Louisiana. His father miraculously survives. And makes a police report.
What?
Mm-hmm. My son shot me in the head and the stomach. So, where did Danny go?
Oh my gosh.
Where do you think he went?
Where?
Florida. To Gainesville, the University of Florida.
Yeah.
And apparently, this woman, Cindy, okay? So, it's like Edward Humphrey had a year. He endured a year of his life being destroyed. He was a college student. He was going to college. He had mental health issues, you know, and he had a lot of troubles, okay? He endured a year of people thinking he was a murderer.
Was he behind bars the whole time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even after Danny Rolling became a suspect. even after that, people still thought he was involved.
Yeah.
So
We say that all the time in relation to the Idaho4 case, that Kohberger's life is changed forever, and there is no way out of it. It will follow him for the rest of his life, even if something happens where the defense is able to prove his innocence. You know what I mean? I mean, you're innocent until proven guilty. I get that. But the reason why I say prove his innocence is because through all the investigating and following we've done of the Idaho4 case, a key factor and component in the prosecution's technique right in the beginning was the character assassination, because they knew they had some weak evidence. And we see it all across the nation right now. When the state has weak evidence, they lean into character assassination to try and sway jury pool evidence, which you'll never hear that. But let's be real here. That's why politicians have done it for hundreds of years. Like, that's what it is, So
for sure. I mean, absolutely.
Defense does it too now, too.
This has followed this kid his whole life, for sure. It definitely has. And we'll talk about that in a minute. But Cindy Jura, okay, just Cindy, okay? She's from Shreveport, Louisiana. I'm not even try. So
it'll be posted on the screen, so. I
think it's like Jurich or something like that, but I'm not sure. I apologize, Cindy, if you see this.
Yeah.
Anyway, so she calls in a tip, and as she's driving through the Florida Panhandle, she hears about these university deaths, and her mind goes back to Shreveport. She's from Shreveport, and she remembers this guy that she knew from her hometown where these murders had happened, and I guess she socialized with him at the time until he started making comments about he liked to stick knives in people. He said this to her husband. He said other odd things. And the murders in Shreveport happened. And, he shot his dad and all of that. So she's thinking, So she calls in a tip and is like, hey, you should really look into Danny Rawlings. And here's this. Get this. The police had already had a tip on those Shreveport murders in Gainesville because the FBI offered a database to them where they could enter the case details of what was going on in Gainesville, and it would connect to other cases that had similarities. The Shreveport one specifically popped up.
No way.
And they knew that.
Which is strange.
But it just went on a back burner.
Similar, but
because they were set on Edward Humphrey.
Yeah.
That's why.
I'm just trying. No. I understand why. I do. I get it. I'm just trying to think from the case perspective, what was similar, other than them both being like blitz attacks. They are spur of the moment attacks.
Maybe it's because a child and an older man was involved in that one, but I think if you look at like the Tracy and Manny one, Manny was a victim of circumstance because he was there. He wasn't anything like the girls were, where they were, posed and all of that. Clearly he had a target and he just killed whoever got in the way, which it's pretty clear with the way that Julie was set up and posed and assaulted that it was exactly like Christina and Sonia, but Sonia wasn't actually S.A. She was also kind of a victim of circumstance. But he just made the choice. It was like a flip of a coin to him. Which one am I going to assault? Because I have two girls here. And Krista and Tracy. It's just like them. They're all the same for the most part. So they already had that information, but when Cindy called in, they really looked into it. And they saw that he was being held in Ocala, Florida for a robbery of a supermarket. The bank robbery in town. Yeah. Also, a police officer, when they were having a little, meeting, whatever they do, and police, stations where they all meet up and talk about the case, an officer was like, it was something about a missing finger, that whoever the bank robber was had a missing finger or something like that. And one of the police officers was like, oh my gosh, At one of the victims' houses, there was a paper towel that somebody had used to wipe themselves off after like a sexual act. And it had on one side, it had the imprint of like genitals. And on the other side, it had the imprint of like fingers. And one of the fingers was missing.
No way.
And they're like, whoever the bank robber is who the murderer is.
Okay, and they start being more willing to look away from the original suspect.
Everything starts piling up to where they literally cannot avoid it anymore. They're like, okay, it's this guy. Like, he is involved. At the very least, he is involved. So they see that he's locked up in Ocala for a supermarket or convenience store robbery, and they connect him to the murders. And they go back to the storage locker, okay, and they listen to the audio recordings. And he says his name in them. He says that he's some kind of mystery killer or something like that. And he describes in great detail how to, like, gut a deer.
Okay.
Yeah, but he says his name.
Yeah.
And these audio recordings were found with a gun, a screwdriver, and money that had, like, dye packets bursted in it.
Convenient.
Right.
So convenient.
So he gets connected to 5 murders. They didn't connect him to the Shreveport ones because they didn't have enough evidence. But he gets connected to the 5 in Gainesville. He pleads innocent. Also the robbery. So he pleads innocent, but then literally right before the trial, he's all of a sudden like, I'm guilty. I plead guilty now. He didn't want to go to trial. And while he was pleading guilty, he said he wanted to be a superstar like Ted Bundy.
Oh, jeez.
That Ted Bundy was his hero. Yeah.
This is strange, the similarities. At a university.
I know.
Ted Bundy connection.
Yeah. Also,
the amount.
Yeah.
The number.
The number of victims is
for
high.
Women.
Right.
Isn't it 4 women? I counted right?
Yeah, it's 4 women and 1 man.
Yeah.
Yep. 4 women and 1 man. So, March 24th, 1994, he was officially sentenced to death, and then October 2006, he actually literally just appealed, and it was just denied that day, and then he got lethal injected.
Yeah.
And before he got the lethal injection, he wrote a letter where he admitted to the Shreveport killings, like a full confession. He did media interviews throughout this time when he was in prison, and he actually wrote a book with an author who he basically gave his account of all of the murders. That's how we know a lot about like what he was doing at the time, and his childhood and stuff like that.
He literally wanted to be remembered as
he did. That was his goal, and that's why he posed the bodies that way, and why he wanted it to be so shocking, because he wanted to be remembered for it. He said, that he was upset, and that's why the first killing happened, after everything in his life. But then when he was in Florida and, like, on the run, living life on the run, which was also in his audio tapes, by the way, he said that it was, like, just a part of life now, being on the run. He was a vagrant. Like, he literally just... And he carried a K-bar knife. Like, he literally carried a K-bar knife.
That's so strange,
but
man. The similarities, I'm telling you. Because
super weird.
Based on all the evidence that we did
weird.
when we were looking up the Northwest slasher information, knife crimes like this are very, very rare. Like, when you're comparing it to national database crimes, really, the only time we see this is serial killer mass murderers. Like, that's it. That is it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, people don't walk around with K-bar knives on their hip and drink too much and then get into a fight and, like, go to town. That just doesn't happen with normal population, normal people.
No. Yeah, he was a veteran, okay? dishonorably discharged, kicked out. And yeah, he had a K-bar knife that he carried around with him everywhere. And I don't know, I find it really, really odd, the similarities with the amount of victims, the K-bar knife, and the fact that somebody who was innocent was like
stage set up for it.
Kind of set up for it.
Yeah. Well, not a setup. Just
It
so we're
wasn't-
clear
yeah.
on here, mistook, right? The police worked backwards clearly.
They did.
They thought that he was it because of a couple pieces of evidence. And again, this, so, excuse me. My belief is that all people, unless sociopaths, right? And that's a small population, but all people in the world believe they're doing a good thing and believe they're doing the right thing. Even though in a lot of situations, like this is a prime example, they were not. That is one of the worst things you can do, is work backwards to try and build a good court case, because all it takes is one little tiny baby little itsy bitsy thing to go wrong, and that's it, out the window.
Yeah, and you know,
Out the window.
They even got like DNA from the crime scene, and they found out the blood type of the person's DNA, the suspect, and they said that it was, I think it was B. Mm-hmm. I think it was B. It was like B positive or something like that, and they found out that Edward Humphrey's like blood wasn't that type. It was like A or something. I'm forgetting. But it didn't match, regardless. It just didn't match. So they thought, oh, that's probably the co-defendant. Like, that's what I'm saying. They did work backwards. They're like, it has to be this guy because of all these things. So we're going to fit the script. We're gonna make it fit him.
And the worst part, the scariest part, like I said, is that guaranteed all these cops doing that thought they were doing the right thing.
They were under
thought,
immense pressure
Yeah.
too, because of the university and the
they
students.
thought they were helping
Yeah.
the public, the general public. You know, I think police officers in a lot of these situations take it very seriously, keeping their people safe, you know, their general public safe that they serve. And it's very easy to be like, oh man, I can tell that would look really bad in a court case, so let's just you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it just, you can't read the future, you can't see the future, you don't know what's going to happen. It's never worth it. It is never ever 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 worth it, man.
Yep, I agree with you. But yeah, I mean, even a year after, you know, Danny was arrested, Edward was still in jail for like domestic assault, and people still thought it was him. But he has graduated. I do want to give an update on him because I feel like it's important. He was innocent.
Yeah.
He has taken care of his mental health, for one. He has manic depression. They've taken care of his mental illness. He takes medication around the clock, like with a watch that reminds him.
Wow.
And he graduated college.
That's good.
This was year 2000 when he finally graduated with a bachelor's, it says, received a Bachelor of Science degree in Business Administration with a 3.76 grade point average from the University of Central Florida.
Yeah, that's really good.
And he is doing well. The only
Just
thing
hopefully there's no
is
more violence.
There's
Like,
not, because
okay,
his mental
good.
health is taken care of.
Yep.
And it sounds like he was doing really good.
Mental
from what
health
I
just
saw.
isn't an excuse when you're an adult, because if you know that you have a mental health condition, then you know what could happen.
He was 18 when all of that happened.
Got it.
So when it sounds like he got his life together.
Okay.
Basically.
Yeah.
Which is good. I hope it's still together
Yeah.
at this point, you know,
Agreed.
this many years later. But it sounds like he got it together, and he graduated college, and, you know, there's pictures of him and his grandma
Yeah.
and mom and stuff, which is really nice. But he was having trouble, like, with work because of his past,
Yeah.
which really sucks. But I want to know what you guys think. maybe I don't know. I just find it really odd. When Riddler suggested this, I was like, that is super weird.
Agreed.
It
I
almost
think it's
makes me
super strange.
think that maybe the killer in Moscow infantilized Ted Bundy or Danny Rollins
Yep.
or something like that.
Yeah, agreed.
Because it's too similar to be a coincidence almost
Yeah.
in my mind.
I agree.
And serial killers like to, make other serial killers their heroes.
Yeah.
But yeah, I want to know what you guys think about this. Maybe we could dig deeper at some point into the evidence that they specifically used against Edward Humphrey to, kind of fit it to him.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's it.
Let us know what you think. All right, you guys. So, number one story for me tonight is actually going to be a little bit of conversation, a little bit of insight and knowledge, and then a little bit of a personal account, which is, we talk about some of the personal stuff and our background and how it pertains to true crime and our experience and things like that.
Yeah.
I've never dug into my background with you guys, though, and we have talked about that, though. So I think a lot of our regular viewers know I was a troublemaker when I was younger, a kid with ADHD, not taking medication. The best way that I could explain how I was like Curious George, the more someone told me no, the more I felt like I needed to try it. I wasn't necessarily a bad kid, but I was a troublemaker, and that caused me to hang out with some unsavory characters, I guess you could say. So, it gave me some experiences, and one of the experiences that we're going to be talking about today is I want to talk about interrogation, and I want to relate it back directly to the Idaho4, because we've heard a couple things recently in the past month, 2 months, whatnot, where, and you guys will know what I'm talking about, okay? And again, we say this every time. I don't need Brian Kohberger to be innocent. I honestly hope he's guilty. And I will say this until I'm blue in the face, because we still have people that look and watch our content that, because we question evidence, which I feel like everyone should do, okay? We have a brain. We're supposed to be using that and questioning things, and it's the whole basis behind our channel here, right? Thought Riot, critical thinking. We want to get into some of these ideas and figure them out and ask why and know the why behind it ultimately. That's the goal with it. But I totally forgot where I was going with that. But the interrogation. So, with my background, hanging out with some troublemaker characters got me into situations where I was involved in interrogations. I was a suspect in multiple different crimes when I was younger, a long time ago. And some of them were pretty serious felony type crimes, where I was at one point sitting across the table from a good cop, bad cop routine. And I believe from the memory that I have, I remember the feelings I had in that room of being scared, but I was still young enough where I was cocky at the same time, and I thought I knew more than them and everything. And these two older cops in plain clothes, so they were legitimate investigators, you guys. They weren't like police officers asking questions. These dudes had training. I believe they were using the REID technique, which is something I want to talk about tonight. And it was intense. It was really, 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 really intense. And it went on for hours. And they would leave the room and come back in and go at it again. And the worst part about it is I made the mistake of letting them drive me.
Oh.
Yeah.
So you're stuck.
I was stuck. Not only stuck, but because interrogations are so awkward for the person on the other side of the table, they had to drive me after. And that was super awkward. I don't know about you guys, but I despise awkward situations. Like, hate them more than I feel like other people hate them. I don't know why. I don't know if it has just something to do with who I am or what, but I hate awkward situations. That was one of the most top 3 awkward drives and encounters I ever had after that interrogation, with them driving me back. Literally no music. They didn't talk to each other. They didn't talk to me. They said I had to sit in the middle seat so they could see me in like their peripheral as I'm riding in the back in a non-caged vehicle because they were investigators. It's just super awkward. Something that's stuck with me forever. But where I'm going with that, okay, is in that situation, I think my interrogation went on for like 4.5 hours. That life experience has now helped me look at other interrogations and look at other situations where interrogations are involved, and interviews even. Interviews. I think that's a really important topic to highlight. Interviews even. And see how people get into trouble situations. We're talking Dr. Moore. Bam, part 1, part 2, right? Where Dr. Moore goes in there and admits to a crime he didn't do, and like so clearly didn't do. It's not maybe. This guy is a stand-up citizen. You guys you got to go watch those videos.
Yeah.
It is insane.
It is insane. And the implications with the Kohberger case, that investigators in the Kohberger case are a couple of the people who set up Dr. Moore.
Correct.
Like straight up framed him and coerced him into a confession.
Yes, completely illegal activities, and they were he was a lead investigator in the Idaho4, okay? So, where I'm going with this, and where I was going earlier when I said I forgot what I was talking about, I now remember, is all you guys will remember this, right? With the Fry statement where he came in front of everyone, and you mentioned it just a little bit ago, where he said the public doesn't have anything to worry about, and then the media presses him and he's like, actually I can't say they don't have anything to worry about, right? It's in that same statement where someone says, oh, you have an eyewitness to the crime, right? And he says, no, I did not say we have an eyewitness. I said we have survivors, right?
Right. He said, I didn't think I said they were a witness. I think I said they were there.
Yeah, that's it. That's it word for word. But yeah, I was just interpreting that, in police terms. But
hi, Heather Roberts with ABC News. Just to follow up on what she asked. So the other 2 roommates were there at the time of the attack?
All the information that we have from our investigation is that, yes, they were.
Okay, but they were unhurt?
That is correct.
So is there any explanation as to why it took so long then for someone to call 911? You have surviving witnesses to an incident at 3 or 4 in the morning, and the 911 call didn't come until noon?
I don't think I ever said that they were witnesses. I said they were there. So, we don't know why that call came in at noon and not in the middle of the night.
Well, now we not only have one witness statement. As you guys know, everyone knows, Dylan Mortensen has seen something, and we actually know what that is for the most part. But we have a second one that has come out in the last few months, which is Bethany Funk's. We have no idea what it is. The little bit of information that's come out is it's exculpatory evidence for Kohberger, right? So everyone...
That's what the defense alleges, yes.
That's what... Right. We don't know. We have no idea whatsoever. But it made me think with my experience, and if you're a member, I will post a video giving my story behind my interrogation, okay? It's super interesting. And we always said from the beginning that we will give some of our stories and some of those details. So if you guys are interested in hearing that, I will give it to you in detail, all of the deets with everything.
All
and
the juicy details.
Yes, absolutely. But we'll post it as a member video, so it's not just out there. openly talking about crime. I don't want to make it seem like we're
glorifying it. Or
yeah,
anything.
glorifying crime. It's something, we all have a past, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just chose to try and learn from mine and use it into something that I really enjoy doing now with you guys.
A lot of true crime junkies are the same.
Yep.
Like, I'll mention it later.
Yeah.
Another podcast I was just listening to.
Right.
Yeah.
So
it has to do with my story in a minute.
we'll post these. We'll post it on there, and I've got quite a few of them, some good ones. My experience made me think and connect those two statements or eyewitness accounts. Okay, and right away I started thinking, why wasn't this mentioned in the beginning? You know, it was not talked about. And it's like stuff is slowly coming out. Like, oh, wait, just kidding. Now we do have an eyewitness statement, right? And oh, wait, just kidding. Now we have two eyewitness statements. And I'm not trying to go tin hat here. I'm just trying to connect dots, you guys. Brian Kohberger could be guilty 100% with great evidence, and I would still be asking these same things because I care about our justice system, and our justice system being an entity that can be trusted in and reliable and faith in, and I want to be the person that has those things in our justice system. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I started digging, okay? And so you guys understand my background in some of these terms. As most of you know, I'm a career salesman. I've been in sales literally my entire career. What's funny is a lot of sales techniques are used in interrogation techniques. It's all conversation based. You know what I mean?
A lot of trainers that train salesmen also train investigators.
Yeah, well, I'm harsh about the current techniques, because the current interrogation techniques are absolute and complete trash, and every single police station needs to throw them out. I'm very critical about the current techniques. I hate them. I despise them, and I don't think they're beneficial for anybody. But, you know, like with sales, some of the correlations, right? There are different sales techniques where you have like transactional, suggestive selling, assumptive selling, passive selling, consultative selling, solution-based selling, provocative selling, collaborative, high pressure, like all these different sales techniques, okay? The key ones are provocative and high pressure, and assumptive. Those three probably most closely resemble the main interrogation techniques that are used nationwide. And what we're going to be talking about here is the REID technique. The REID technique is by far the most widely used interrogation technique in the nation. Over half of the nation's police forces, if not more by now, are using this technique. It is a very similar technique to what you saw salespeople use in the 90s, where it was that high pressure, up in your face, hey, this is such a good deal. I'm hooking you up so much that I need you to make a decision right now. I'm sorry if you walk out of here. I just can't offer you this again. You understand. You understand what I'm talking about. I need you to make a decision. You made your way all the way down here, and now it's time. Like, I understand you're afraid, but now it's time to buck up and do it, you know, especially when I'm hooking you up like this, real high pressure in your face.
Yeah, that reminds me of actually Dr. Moore. Now, this is probably the worst and most corrupt version, but where they're like, if you confess to us, I got this deal for you. I can get you on murder 2.
Yes.
We got everything to get you on murder 1.
Yep.
But if you confess to me right now, we'll only do murder 2. And that's the difference between life and death for you. So,
yep.
Yeah, that was kind of what that reminds me of.
Yep. I think that was a very not put together attempt at some of the REID techniques, and I'll tell you why. So here, I'm going to give you guys the definition. We'll kind of go from there. So the REID technique is a method of interrogation. The system was developed in the United States by John E. Reed in the 1950s. Reed was a polygraph expert and former Chicago police officer, so metro area, ton of experience. You know, that's what I'm gathering here. The technique is known for creating a high-pressure environment. That's bad in my opinion, but high-pressure environment for the interviewee.
Right.
Interviewee, not suspect, okay? Interviewee, followed by sympathy and offers of understanding and help, but only if a confession is forthcoming. Since its spread in the 1960s, it has been a mainstay of police procedure, especially in the United States. So 1960s, you guys, there's a reason why sales techniques evolve. You would think that police conversation would evolve too, right? Because different things of importance, like different behavioral importances, will be different in the 60s versus now. Different things are important. You can't just high pressure someone into building a trusting conversational relationship with them nowadays. That's not the case anymore.
That's kind of insane to me that their like interrogation techniques haven't really changed much since the 1950s.
Changed at all.
At all?
No. So, proponents of the REID technique say it is useful in extracting information from otherwise unwilling suspects, okay? Critics say the technique results in an unacceptably high rate of false confessions. I am one of those critics. With my sales background and knowledge, okay, there's a much different way of doing things, especially from juveniles and the mentally impaired. Ooh. Criticism has also been leveled in the opposite case, that against strong-willed interviewees, the technique causes them to stop talking and give no information whatsoever, rather than elicit lies that can be checked against for the guilty or exonerating details for the innocent. Okay, here's my issue with it. And everyone can look back and think of this. So, the REID technique's basis, if I could give you one base description of what it is under the umbrella here, is that you enter the conversation in a position of power, position of control, and a position of assumed guilt.
Right.
Every time.
Yep.
And remember, they are training this for interviewees, not just suspects, interviewees. So if you have a police force that has gone through the REID training, then you would assume, because they have that training in conversation and maybe no training in interviewing, right? Not interrogating, but interviewing. Why wouldn't those same interrogation techniques be pulled into the interview process too? If you have an idea, please tell me, you guys. I don't see a difference, and I don't think these cops do either. The only difference I see is once you get once you get an interviewee that starts showing some signs of some potential guilt, right? And I say potential because anybody that says that they can tell you when someone's lying or they're being honest, they're a liar. So that's not possible. It is not possible. No way close. There is no way in all of human history that anybody can tell when someone's lying or telling the truth for certainty. There are ways to tell when somebody's uncomfortable, which could make a way to them coming out with the honesty or admitting their guilt or whatever. Yeah. But there is no way ever someone could come up and say, I can tell they're lying. They're lying because they're looking left and upward. BS. All that's been proven not true. I can tell because they're looking right that they're fabricating a story. Nope, full of it. That's not true either. There is no correlation to where someone's eyes moved. There is no correlation to where someone places their body. There's no correlation to shoulders being pulled back or forward and submissive. There is no correlation to any of those. And honesty or dishonesty, okay? And I suggest you guys go look it up. We have so much to go through here. I wanted to pull that information in. I just didn't have time for it.
My name's Joe Navarro, and for 25 years I was a spy catcher with the FBI, and I am a nonverbal communications expert. So here's the truth about detecting deception or detecting if somebody is lying. There is no Pinocchio effect. It is sheer nonsense to assume that if somebody touches their nose, clears their throat, or touches their ear, that they're being deceptive.
The REID technique of interviewing and interrogating. 3 main topics. So, factual analysis. This is information gathering. This is supposed to happen before the interrogation or interview. You're supposed to at least have a baseline story of what you believe happened. You're not supposed to go into one of these interviews or interrogations without any information, okay? They strongly speak against that. You got to at least have enough information to be in a position of power, and that's the reason why they're saying that. They're not because it's smart, which it is smart to go into an interview or interrogation already knowing the baseline of a story, but it gives you a position of power. Number 2, behavior analysis, interviewing, non-accusatory question and answer session involving both standard investigative questions and structured behavior provoking questions to elicit behavior symptoms of truth or deception. So they're talking about interviewing somebody, just a basic conversation. So if you have a like Dylan Mortensen or Bethany Funk, okay?
Yeah.
This technique is telling you that you need to bring them in and you need to elicit a behavior provoking response from them to then identify if they're telling the truth or lying. If you guys can't tell, my jaw hit the floor. What? Exactly. That's what I'm saying. This is so outdated. Okay,
that
number 3.
That doesn't even make sense.
It's like what I was saying in the beginning. There is no difference between interrogation and interview in this system. They will, anyone that fights for this or believes in this, they'll tell you different. There is no difference. If you're interviewing somebody and you're creating provocation between you and them to try to elicit a response that's going to tell you whether you believe that you think they're telling the truth or lying, that is an interrogation. That is an interrogation. That is not an interview. That is not asking questions, having a conversation, and being receptive to their responses, okay? That's you taking a power position and enforcing potentially your will upon that conversation. So issues there, you guys, big issues there. So the REID techniques, I'll go through this quick so we can kind of get into the grit behind the Idaho4 stuff. So the REID techniques, 9 steps of interrogation, okay? And these interrogation steps are also applied to conversation too. So the interviewing, sorry, lost my words there. So number 1, positive confrontation. Advise the suspect that the evidence has led the police to the individual as a suspect. Offer the person an early opportunity to explain why the offense took place. So what they're saying is, like, you see this all the time where they have a person come in there, and after they've built a rapport and what they call a baseline, where you ask them how their day was, how their parents are, what baseball team they like, you know, all these things to create a baseline. Then they go into it saying, well, you know, why don't we just get down to it here? So I'm sure you know why you're in here. I obviously know why you're in here. And we know that you were a part of this situation where this one thing happened. We've got all this evidence. You know, I have a folder that's 2 inches thick, and a lot of times, side note, that's made up stuff. They literally put blank paper in those things. But they'll be like, I have a ton of evidence. I just want to give you a platform. I want to give you an opening for you just to explain yourself, because I can tell from us talking just 30 seconds ago, you're a great person. You're a great guy. Like, you do so many more good things than bad things. So why don't you explain it? We're looking for an explanation. So number 2, try to shift the blame away from the suspect, which is what I was just doing there. That was literally what I was just doing there. You're such a good guy. You work so hard. You take care of kids. You take care of your girlfriend, your mom, your whatever. Like, I know you're not this bad person, right? So 3, try to minimize the frequency of suspect denial. So what they're talking about here is when the suspect comes back and says, look, I didn't do anything. You're literally supposed to interrupt them or blow that off and be like, look, let's not do that, okay? Let's not do that, because as I said already, I already know what happened, okay? I'm not asking you for you to tell me if you did this or not. I know that. I'm just trying to give you a platform to explain why, because I know you're not this awful guy that this looks like you are. You know what I mean? So 4, at this point, the accused will often give a reason why he or she could not commit the crime. Try to use this move towards the acknowledgement of what they did. 5, reinforce sincerity to ensure the suspect is receptive. That's just repeating what I was just talking about saying, you're such a good guy. I can tell you're not this, whatever. The suspect will become quieter and listen. Move the theme of the discussion towards offering alternatives. If the suspect cries at this point, infer guilt, the easier option, but whichever alternative the suspect chooses, guilt or admitted. Lead the suspect to repeat the admission of guilt in front of witnesses, develop corroborating information, document the suspect's admission or confession. Okay, so basically what I'm saying there is the technique that I was just giving you guys, right? And minimizing the crime, okay? And saying, I know you're not a bad guy. You're trying to invoke an emotional response, while in the REID technique, looking for signs of lying, okay? Which, like we talked about in the beginning, that's impossible. I have been in sales for 15 years. There is nothing out there in the world that will tell you if someone's lying to you or telling the truth. It is not true. It is not true. None of it. That is 1960s belief that has evolved and changed over time. But one of the things that they do is, instead of admission of guilt, they'll be like, look, okay, you don't want to tell me? That's fine. I get it. Even though I feel like we've been having a great conversation, and I feel like I know who you are, and I know you're not this bad guy, I can tell you just need to get it off your chest. You need to get it off your chest. I've been in a million of these interviews before. This is nothing new to me. I'm going to leave you in here by yourself with a pen and a paper. If I were you, I'd suggest writing a note to the victims' families, at least apologizing to them, because you're not a bad guy. And that's something a not bad guy would do, and they'll leave the room. But all that paper is an admission of guilt. They aren't giving it to anybody. Come on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've seen this in interrogations before, where they take the blame off the victim, almost like you were justified in what you did. You're not a bad person. Yeah, I can understand why you would do that. Don't feel bad about it, kind of thing.
And what's funny too is they train, and exactly, that's exactly right. They train them to be in body language and surroundings position of power. So what they'll do is, in a tiny room, they will put the suspect in the furthest corner away from the door in a chair that doesn't move. So subconsciously, they're already feeling restricted. They're already having a heightened anxiety. They're already feeling trapped, right? And the officer is always in between the door and the person.
Right.
So they are the position of power. They're usually given a rolling chair so they can define themselves differently from what you are without saying that. And it's all to make a potential suspect or interviewee feel lesser than the person talking, and it's problematic. It's wrong, okay? Now take that situation. That is a very high stress situation that I've been in multiple times, and I can confirm it's awful, you guys. It is absolutely horrible. And put someone that legitimately isn't guilty in a position like that, like, let's just say Dylan Mortensen, and I don't know this, right? But Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk are, let's say they're not guilty at all. There's a reasonable explanation, and they were super high on dope, okay? And they went in for an interview, and the cop says, well, you know, I'm on your side here, and obviously you don't want that information about being high on mushrooms for 12 hours getting out. So, you know, I know there has to be more information of you seeing somebody here at the house. Just no one would believe that you didn't see that, you know. Are you sure you don't want to think about it? If you're not comfortable telling me, like writing it down, you know what I mean? Do you see how easily these things can get twisted and manipulated after they sat in a room for potentially 10 hours? Now, I'm making all those examples up, you guys, but those are very realistic situations. I'm sure I will have cut in a couple examples for you in this video too, of people that are 100% without a doubt innocent, and they're treated in this way and told that it's an interview. They entered as an interview, okay, not a suspect, and they're treated like this. So now,
it has been scientifically analyzed by our crime lab.
Okay.
And it has been shown that bullets that were recovered from our crime scenes came from that gun.
Okay. Now, is there someone can explain to me how my gun got out of pawn without me?
Absolutely.
Because
We seized it.
Okay.
Okay. Obviously, we've done a lot of work on this and done a lot of investigative work. Talked to a lot of people. You just saw a couple people that we've talked to today. We've talked to numerous people regarding this, numerous people that know you. And so we got to feel.
I have no idea how I'm even implicated in this, man.
Well, here's the thing. Nobody's been hurt yet.
Okay, but I'm telling you, sir,
nobody got hurt. Nobody got hurt.
A single shot on the freeway.
Well, I'm telling you,
I go down the shooter's world and I go down by PIR and I shoot at the water.
Here, listen. I'm not going to argue the facts with you.
No, I understand, sir.
So I have the facts. I have the facts in here. Okay, and what I'm here is obviously this doesn't look good.
Yeah,
okay.
You're telling me this is a shock to me, bro.
People do things. Maybe they're having a bad day. Maybe they're frustrated. Maybe things are going on in their personal life.
That's not me.
Well,
I know
your weapon was involved in it.
Can hurt somebody.
Your weapon was involved in it. I got video in there. So if you need to see that video to sit there and prove the point, rather than being a man, and just admit.
I'll tell you where I've been. I went to 44th Street and Chandler Boulevard because I have a job there. Her name's Nancy Lutz. We did her yard.
This has nothing to do with anything to do. This has nothing to do with your work or any of this.
Okay, well I'm telling you, I have not fired.
You're familiar with what I am telling you.
Yes,
you
sir.
know.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, I follow the damn. I can't follow shit.
I'm not even talking about your Facebook anymore.
I'm talking.
There's no. It's just not out of the blue that you're here, Leslie.
Dude, it really is because I have not fired my weapon in over 2 months.
It's not out of the blue. You're here for a reason. Here's the thing. I know what happened. I just don't know why. And the only person that has that answer is you.
Bro, I can't tell you why because I didn't do it. I don't know how to tell you or what to say here, man.
Well, what I'm trying to figure out is why it happened.
But I don't know what to tell you on that, dude. My gun has been.
Okay, so why would someone who's kind of close to you tell you that they think you are capable of going and doing something like this?
Oh, who's that, my boss? You get a hold of him asking that?
No. I'm just saying, you just said somebody close to you. Why would somebody close to you sit there and say that you were capable of doing it?
Dude, if you get a polygraph right now, I'll pass that shit because I have not.
So you're willing to take a polygraph?
I'll fucking take one right now, dude.
Okay. You weren't doing the shootings.
Yes, sir.
I spoke with your wife earlier, and she said that she was with you on the 29th all day. She said she was with you all day the 30th. Is that correct?
That's the weekend, man. We're together all weekend.
Well, I'm just asking you. Not.
Yeah,
I believe.
Yes, sir.
Is that the case?
I'm with my wife every weekend.
Okay.
Any day I'm not at work, I'm with my wife and kids.
So if that's the case, and these are dates that these shootings occurred, and you're telling me that you didn't do the shooting, so are
No.
you telling?
No, my
So all
wife
right
didn't
then.
do
Look at where I'm coming with this. So somebody had to do it.
It wasn't my wife. It wasn't me, man.
I did a bunch of research into Idaho and trying to figure out if they use the REID technique, if that area uses the REID technique.
I'm sure they do.
Well, there's nothing that says, hey, our police department uses REID, you know, but I found on the REID technique website that in 2022 they were having refresher courses 45 minutes away from the Moscow area for police. So, if that's not confirmation, that's confirmation.
Well, also, I think you could watch interrogations from the Idaho area. If I'm remembering correctly, I think it was Drip Drop that had some Idaho murder interrogations, and if I'm remembering right, it looked like the REID technique.
Look at that. Hayden, Idaho, 4-day program. This is our most comprehensive program on REID technique. We have integrated all our material and our standard 3-day program and our 1-day advanced program into a single presentation. And this is for GSA with pre-submitted information. Yeah, so essentially what I'm getting at here is the cops there are using the REID technique. That is what they are using. And that technique is trash, and no federal agencies use that. None. Zero.
Oh, really?
No, they do not. Nope. They've evolved and changed things, and a lot of their interrogators aren't even law enforcement. They're bringing in experts now who really know how the human mind works, and they're doing the opposite. And I suggest you go look at FBI interrogations. What they'll do is they'll take that same suspect that you stuff in the corner to make feel like as small as they can at these police stations when they're interviewing innocent people, and FBI will put them right next to the door in the position of power to build trust between the interviewer and the interviewee. They will give them all the power because, let's be real, that's a locked door. There's probably 5 more locked doors just outside. Make them feel like they're in a position of power and they have something over you. The goal is the confession. Who cares about any of those other details? Why make them feel less? You don't approach a conversation in life assuming guilt in any situation.
I mean, let's be real here. What I care about at the end of the day is results that come back
honest.
Repeatedly honest.
Yep.
Where a person who's innocent is saying they're innocent and a person who's guilty is saying they're guilty. And reducing the amount of false confessions. Clearly.
Agreed.
I care about the results, and obviously the ethics matter too. Because think about being in Dylan's situation or Bethany's, where all your friends just got killed that you lived in a house with, and then you get pulled in. And this is not real, or it could be. We just don't know. It's an example of what could happen in a situation like that, where a police officer's using the REID technique. You get pulled in there, and they're basically treating you like a criminal.
Yeah.
Where they assume that you had nefarious reasons for not calling 911, or they use being on drugs or something else against you. You really wouldn't want people knowing that, would you? And then basically coaxing you and leading you into making a statement that isn't true.
Yep. And the worst part about it, you guys, is when cops are doing this, they aren't breaking rules. That's the worst part.
That's pretty bad.
It's allowed. The REID technique suggests lying, suggests manipulating, suggests leading, suggests bringing in folders with nothing in them, suggests bringing in a CD and pretending that you have video evidence.
I mean, think about getting held for 10 hours on a murder charge you didn't commit, okay? And they're like, look, we got you on this, and we can put you to death. We already know
Moore.
You did it. You did it, and we know that. We have all the evidence we need. But if you just say you did it, then you get to live.
You'll get murder too instead of the death
I don't know how
penalty.
many hours. I can't remember how many hours Dr. Moore was in there. I was just making an example.
Yeah.
But yeah, that it's like life or death. You admit to it, and you get to live. If you don't, then you're gonna die.
Yeah.
And you're kept there for a super long time. Like a super long time.
Thinking about this situation in this way makes me feel really bad for Bethany Funk and Dylan Mortensen if there is some kind of honest reason for that 8 hours, like mushrooms, like who knows? There could be a lot of different things.
There are
so
things.
drunk, dude, that you don't know which way is up. Maybe they really were together in the same room. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just coming up with potential.
Maybe they never saw anybody.
Right.
Maybe they never saw anybody.
Maybe they feel guilty that they didn't see or hear something, and they're reading these posts online and like, there's no way that they didn't see or hear anything. You know what I mean? And then they're put in a room where they're made to feel like they could be guilty. And the only way to not be guilty is to point the blame on somebody else, because they can tell that's what the cops are looking for.
Yep.
Oh, you know what? I actually do remember something. I didn't remember it at first. I remember because I had just woken up, and I was woken up by noise, and I went to go look out my door to see what it was, and I saw somebody walking by my room, and they are then now innocent again in their own mind because they gave the cops that, even though they started from a place of innocence. Do you get where I'm coming from? Like, these things are so easy because of the tactics that are being used right now. It's a very scary situation, and I felt like you guys needed to know about it. And this doesn't go as deep as it can go, but I hope this is enough to give you guys a carrot to go look into it more, because these are very real techniques. These are very outdated techniques. This is sales 101 from the 80s and 90s, okay, when you had power salesmen in power suits that were forcefully leading conversations and forcefully making people feel guilty into buying things. Like, this is 2023. Things have changed. Things have changed, and these techniques aren't acceptable anymore.
If the FBI doesn't use it anymore, then I don't trust it.
They don't. And call me on that, you guys. Maybe I'll put in a clip here of an FBI interrogator. They do not do this.
So as an FBI agent, one of the things that I would do to make people comfortable was I always made sure that they would sit next to the door. You know, on television, you always see the suspect sitting in the corner of the room. That is third grade interviewing. Graduate level interviewing is you sit them near the door. Why? There's greater psychological comfort there. My name's Joe Navarro, and for 25 years I was a spy catcher with the FBI, and I am a nonverbal communications expert.
They build trust and put the suspect in a position of power, and they usually have an expert psychologist or therapist in there with them. If they're not in the room with them, they're behind the two-way glass.
Oh, you mean someone who specializes in criminology?
No, somebody who specializes in psychology.
Yeah, a lot of criminologists also are psychologists.
Yeah.
Which would make sense for them to like work with the FBI on criminals.
I think they get expert therapists and psychologists that they don't need to be expert criminologists.
Yeah, they probably don't have to
be. In fact, it probably looks better in court if they're not criminologists. They don't have a buy-in for this guy to give evidence or anything. They are there strictly for the mind and conversation. You know what I mean?
Maybe, yeah.
So, I'm curious what you guys think. I feel like we covered pretty much everything. A good example of why so many people have an issue with the REID technique. Why the FBI, the CIA, the other three-letter organizations aren't using these anymore. They are outdated, and they are old, and they don't work. They're deceptive, and they're manipulative, and nobody's in a position of power in this situation.
Yeah, if you want to coerce a confession, a false confession, then go ahead, use the REID technique.
Yeah. I'm curious. Do you think that Dylan Mortensen's and Bethany Funk's now statement could be the outcome of a situation like this?
I think there's a possibility, but I have
think there's
no
a possibility
idea.
too,
I have
because
zero idea.
why did Bethany Funk's come out? I mean, why did Dylan's come out and not Bethany's until literally just a couple months ago?
And then you hear the defense saying it's exculpatory, which is a bit odd. The one that doesn't come out is exculpatory in some way.
Yep.
That's odd.
Yep. And understand, you guys, that both sides can use these techniques. I'm speaking against them, whether it's defense using them or prosecution using them. They don't work. They are scary and they are abusive and they don't work. Nobody can tell when somebody's lying. Nobody. Ever. You can tell when someone's in stress, and that can be an indicator of lying, but that is not an indicator. Like, that's not a definitive answer of lying.
Yeah, you can tell like little red flags.
Stress signals.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
But I was watching one interview before we close this out, and what was he? I think it was like DEA or something like that. And he was talking about how he interrogates, and he was like, I was interrogating this woman one time, and she was giving me all the signals that there was something more there, and I didn't want to press her harder and make her uncomfortable. So I just decided to flat out ask her, like, what's going on with you? I can tell something's wrong. I can tell you're stressed out. What's going on here? And she responded and said, well, you said that this conversation was going to be short, and I only put $2 in the parking meter, and I've been watching my watch, and it's about to be up in 30 seconds. Yeah, those were the stressors he was seeing.
Her worrying about parking.
Her worrying about getting a ticket because she's parked at the police station and thought she was only going to be in there for a couple minutes, which is, a common interrogation tactic to start a conversation. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But it ended up lasting way longer, and now she's worried about getting a ticket.
Yeah, there's too many variables.
Too many.
Yeah.
Too many.
For sure.
So let me know what you guys think. I hope you enjoyed this. I can go further into this, and I can actually connect sales techniques that I use every day with some of the history I've had in the interrogations I've been in and some of these techniques. So
as you were saying that, I took a drink, and it just went... Psh.
Oh.
Yeah. It's
Where?
just great.
On you or on?
On my sleeve. It just was like... Boop.
Save it for later. All right. Appreciate it.
Where's Waldo?
Yes.
Okay. So, I have seen this circulating around. There is a new Daily Mail article that talks about an author and private investigator, a private investigator who just released a book about the Idaho4 murders. His name is Ruben Appelman, and he claims...
Don't tell me he fingers Kohberger in a book that the case isn't even done.
Huh?
Does he say Kohberger's the guy in it?
I don't know. I haven't read the book.
Yeah.
But I guess it's J. Ruben Appelman. He claims that which was in an interview with Banfield, that he spoke with Dylan Mortensen's father.
Okay.
And in it, he says that she basically has isolated herself because of cyberbullying and the trauma and everything, and that she's gaming and getting help from some kind of spiritual organization. I don't know.
Okay.
It's a bit odd. I don't know what to think of it. What do you think that even means?
I don't know. He doesn't go into it any further in the interview.
This is a statement. She is in trauma therapy of sorts. She's getting help from the spiritual community, isolating herself, but she is stepping out a little at a time. She's gaming online with peers in a group gaming session. She's doing what she can without going into the public. So I understand her wanting to isolate herself because of everything that's been spread about her online. You have people speculating if she's trans. You have people making fun of her build, her height. Things that are just completely irrelevant.
Yeah.
And ridiculous to speculate about.
Yep,
It doesn't pertain
agreed.
to the crime. It doesn't pertain to why she may have not called 911 for 8 hours.
Because that's the only question really that matters.
That's all that matters. Yep. Shaming her about the way she looks doesn't have anything to do with anything. It's super messed up. And I won't tolerate it, and I don't like it whatsoever. And I'm sure that's why, you know, mainstream media, for the most part, besides the fact that there's like a hate campaign towards people who speculate, even though they speculate themselves in mainstream media while acting like they're stating fact. I get why she would want to go into hiding. I do understand that.
I get it too, and in my opinion, the fact that she cares so much what other people think, again, speculation, right? Makes me feel less like whatever the reason was for that 8 hours, it now has become a little sliver less like something guilty happened.
They're only... Her and Bethany Funk are 19 years old.
I know. And
they're super young.
And what's interesting too, right, is all the same arguments applied to Kohberger, you guys, with the fact that he doesn't have a history. There's no evidence of the behaviors that we see, like the story you just talked about. All those details and things and red flags leading up to a serial killer. None of those are in Kohberger, which it's very rare that we see, but sometimes that can happen. But they don't have those same indicators either.
Yeah, they don't.
No. So they're just as likely as Kohberger to be a part of something or whatever based on past. And past is a very big indicator for sociopathic tendencies, mass endings, and serial enders.
I mean, look at what we just talked about with Danny Rolling.
Yep.
The signs were there, okay? He came from a home where there was abuse, where, you know, love was conditional.
Yeah.
I mean, gosh, he failed the 3rd grade, and they said he had lack of impulse control and an inferiority complex.
I know.
There were so many red
Signs
flags.
at 3rd grade.
A peeping Tom from the time he was a small child. Like, these things are incredibly important. The peeping Tom thing, like, I feel like growing up, that was almost like a silly thing. Like oh my gosh, peeping Tom.
Major red flag.
Oh my gosh.
Huge.
This person might end up being a serial killer, okay?
Yes.
Like, it's such a big deal.
It is.
Such a big deal.
It is.
And I had no idea until I started looking into serial killers that was a major red flag.
I'm pretty sure more than 50% of them have that or the other one. What's it called? Watching people sleep.
Oh, somnophilia.
Somnophilia. Either the peeping Tom, where they feel like they're an outsider looking in on another life, whether it's some sort of sexual or non in situations. A lot of serial enders do both equally, but and then somnophilia being that attraction of being in the same room as someone and them not knowing that somebody's watching them. Again, a level of control and power in that situation while the victim's unknown.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's an aspect of control there. Like, for instance, which I didn't mention this in the Danny Rolling when we were talking about the case earlier, but for him, it started out as watching these families, okay? And that's what I can't have. Like, you know, he really enjoyed it because it was like, I don't get that at home. I don't have a happy family. But as he hit puberty...
Interest turned to hate. Yeah.
Well, as he hit puberty, it became sexual in nature. He started getting gratification from it. He started being attracted to these women and wanting to watch them. And it became a whole nother thing.
Yeah.
So the peeping Tom thing, I think, is a huge deal. And I wondered about that with Kohberger. Like, are we going to hear anything about him possibly having been a peeping Tom as a child?
Right.
Nothing has come up yet.
Nothing.
Not a single thing. And I feel like the way these murders were done, if it is like a serial ender, I feel like they would have to have some kind of red flags like that.
Yeah.
Like a peeping Tom as a child or something. Just something.
Yeah.
You know? I think
agree.
that's why the media hung on the incel theory, because that is a good indicator. The whole incel thing.
Could
and
be.
hate for women. That's
much less likely, but it could be an indicator.
It can be a red flag, yes, a huge red flag. Like, obviously, there's tons of incels who are not killers or hurt people.
Absolutely.
But there are also those that do,
Yep,
and it
the
can
hot
definitely
yoga.
be a red flag.
The Florida hot yoga studio situation, that's literally what it was.
Just like I'm sure there were kids out there who, you know, peeped here and there and were little curious Georges and, you know, looked in on people and then didn't become a killer.
Yeah, for sure.
But when we see these repetitive things, I see what you're saying. And they can definitely give you an idea of what to look for in a killer or somebody who would do something like this.
Yeah.
Dylan and Bethany, from everything I've seen, they seem like they were pretty good kids, for the most part. I mean, all college kids party. I'm not going to fault them on that. That doesn't make any of the people in that home, you know, victims who passed or not. It doesn't mean anything.
No, it doesn't mean anything. And we've talked about the statistic before where in college, okay, there is 90% plus students use during their college time mind-altering substances. So, even if they were high off their minds, and that's why that whole 8 hours thing, and they wanted to make sure there wasn't any around, anything like that. That's relatively normal.
Yeah.
That's relatively normal. Now, in the grand scheme of things, as an outsider looking in, you look at this, think, dude, the police wouldn't have cared. You should have called, right? Yeah, that's true too. Both things can be true simultaneously, where it's one person's lived experience inside, and then, you know, there's our perception from an outsider looking in, and in reality, just what we all want the answer for is just that missing time, right?
So you know how there were those rumors that Dylan was out partying like only like a week or something like that after the murders? I can't remember the exact time frame that people were saying she was out partying around town. Well, her father's account of what she's been up to contradicts that a lot. I think I'm more inclined to believe her father, honestly, that she went into isolation than was out partying. But if she was out partying and then went into hiding after all the cyberbullying,
started,
which is also possible, like after she really was getting questioned and getting hate online, maybe then she went into isolation. What could that mean if she was out partying a week later? Could that be that there's a lack of caring, or could it be that she's a traumatized young lady who can't handle her feelings and is maybe making reckless decisions?
Yeah, I think it could go either way.
It could.
I think it could go either way, and either one makes sense either way. And, you know, changing the topic just a little bit, going back to the original statement, I'm really curious why he chose to leave out what religious or spiritual entity.
Leave it general like that, just a
Yeah.
spiritual community.
What was the date of that statement? Do we know?
So
Or
this was
conversation?
posted October 3rd. I'll skim it I'll skim it real quick to
Was
see if
it
there was a date.
post Ruby Frankie? Where it might be a little embarrassing to claim Mormon right now?
That's a good point, because they're in the right area of
They
the
are.
country for that.
They are.
And I don't trust no therapists after Jody that are
Yeah.
coming from the Mormon church. If the Mormon church backs them, I don't trust them.
Yeah.
I'm just being honest. Like, if they could back Jody, they don't vet their therapists very well.
That was just such a big mistake that it's one of those things where, like, you got to build that trust back, because that was too big of a mistake to just be like, oops, sorry, guys, you know?
I know. So...
But this situation is interesting, and it's interesting about the book. It makes me want to read the book. And if you're watching, this book is launched, right? It's out, it's released?
Pretty positive.
Okay, so if you're watching and you've read this book, a Cliff Notes version, or know anything more than we do, please comment on this video and let me know, because it is very strange, in my opinion, that somebody writes a book about a crime while their suspect is in the process of either going to be convicted or proven innocent.
Yeah, I agree with you.
That's weird.
It doesn't have a date. It just says in an interview with Ashley Banfield, where he talks about her being dogpiled online on social media in the weeks after the homicides. That's literally it. And they obviously throw web sleuths under the bus, saying that web sleuths are accusing her of being involved in the crime. Other people calling her a drug dealer, among other names. I don't recall Dylan really being called a drug dealer. It was more about other people in the house possibly being involved and having connection to drugs. Maybe some people said that, but that wasn't really the running narrative for the most part.
Yeah, and anybody we watch, I've never heard that before.
I
That
haven't
doesn't
either, but
make
it's
sense.
possible in early on, maybe when we weren't really paying attention. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I don't really feel like that was like the major running narrative, that she was a drug dealer. But I could be wrong.
I think whoever could maybe be involved with it, if it ends up having some weight to that theory that we had talked about already before here, that the victims are most likely the ones involved.
Yeah.
Just based off my experience in that situation.
I feel like with the book, it is in poor taste. Okay? Just being honest. Like, the suspect...
Unless it's focused solely on the crime scene and nothing else.
Yeah, but nobody's allowed to have those details.
I get it.
The name of the book is While Idaho Slept.
Yeah,
I'm assuming
I
it's
get it.
about the victims and the crime scene. But if he focuses on Brian
at all, that's a
mistake in my opinion.
Major mistake.
Major. And it is out. It's on Amazon for sure.
Okay.
I'm not going to recommend anyone go out and buy this book. I am curious about it because I want to know what he could even be talking about.
It looks like it could just be an opportunity to grab money. You
that
probably
is how
wanted
I'm
to be
feeling.
the first one out, right? And how can you guarantee you're the first one out with it is to do it while the trial's still going on, because obviously everyone tries releasing their book the second that the trial concludes. And I agree. I think that it can and will be taken in poor taste, and I don't think this benefits anybody. Anybody.
So.
But I'm curious what you guys think.
Yeah. So do you want to hear a little bit about the book real quick?
Sure.
So this is on Amazon, and this is kind of like their little description of the book. It talks about, so it says like the crime, you know, this time, this date is when this happened. The killing like shook the community, and then they talk about how it dominated the mainstream media and how like all the police departments that were involved, all the LE that were involved, and the unending conjecture and countless theories blazed online in chat rooms and platforms from Reddit and YouTube to Facebook and TikTok. For more than a month, the clash of armchair investigators and law enforcement professionals raged until a suspect, a 28-year-old PhD candidate studying criminology, was arrested at his family home. So, I mean, clearly... so Ruben Appelman brings his terrible crime into focus. He humanizes the 4 victims, examining the richness of their lives, dissects the mind and motivations of the presumed killer, and explores the world of northern Idaho, a rugged, deeply conservative stronghold steeped in Christian values and American patriotism.
Any creators that I watch, I have never seen one dehumanize the victims. They're missing a really important aspect that most people in true crime and most of the general population anyways in the U.S. or the world with this case, the reason why they're so interested in this case is because the victims are so human.
Yeah, I think so too. But he claims this is his question in the book, okay? With so many millions of citizens armed by access and hungry to take part in a true crime hunt of their own, has the nature of homicide investigations permanently changed? That's his little question for the book. So this is about online investigators. This is about the crime, but it's also asking that question.
I mean, yes, obviously, because the world evolves, and there's no stopping that. We're in a technological era right now, and everything has changed. Courts have changed. They should be putting every single court case, except the ones involving minors, on a live, GoPro that
broadcast,
that anyone can access and remove request for cameras being in the courtroom at all. Like, yes, things have changed, absolutely, and you can't sweep evidence under the rug. So in my opinion, it very likely changed for the better, even though the change might be frustrating for law enforcement. Nobody likes change. Nobody ever likes change.
No, it's always so hard for the human race to accept change.
It is. Gosh, this is so strange, though.
Yeah, I feel like there's some kind of happy medium with true crime people, true crime junkies, web sleuths, because clearly the police totally reach out to us when they want help. Mm-hmm. They definitely do. Like, I've seen it so many times where they come out and they ask the community for help because they know a lot of times that's the only way they're going to get something solved.
They did. There's videos and documentaries on Netflix right now talking about how the police reached out to the general public, and the general public have solved cases.
Yes, they have, which is incredible.
It is.
Absolutely incredible. So I think there's a way to utilize the public while also respecting them. Like, I feel like throwing them under the bus because you don't want eyes on this specific investigation, but you want help with this other one is pretty crappy, if I'm being honest.
Yep.
And making the mainstream media, who nobody trusts anymore, let's be real, like, they're the only ones who can present the facts. And anybody else online who's talking about it, they're sleuths and should be disregarded.
It just needs to be a situation where people, including law enforcement, stop trying to blame armchair detectives or content creators that take an interest in true crime, and blame the people who are being bullies, not the community that those people pretend to be a part of.
Yeah, because I don't see creators out here bullying Dylan.
No.
I see random troll commenters doing it.
Yep. Yep, and that's not a representation of the true crime community who cares about these crimes and victims, and that's the whole reason they want to do this. So,
Yeah.
I'm super curious what you think. I know a lot of our members take part in investigating these cases and topics with us. So, what do you think? Your opinion is the most important to me.
Yeah, and I have lots of questions of why it took so long to call 911. I have a lot of questions of what happened that night. I think almost everyone has those questions.
Yes.
The reporters, when they were initially told these things in the press conference, had those questions. It's not outlandish to question these things. It's not offensive to question it, in my opinion.
No, it's not offensive.
But I genuinely...
Critical thinking is a good thing.
Right. I genuinely hope Dylan is doing okay and getting the help that she needs to be healthy. To be healthy.
Me too.
Because I don't blame her for the murders at all. Like,
No.
I don't blame her for the death of these people. And she could have made a mistake. She could have, or she may not have. There could be a perfectly reasonable explanation that we just don't know.
I agree.
So
I
I hope that she's doing okay. I hope she can get to where she needs to be.
You know how many
I
times...
just hope a cult hasn't started warping her brain.
Right. You know how many times I've seen people, and myself included, okay, so I'll actually speak on myself, where I look at a situation, I'm like, dude, it has to be this one reason. There's literally no other reason that I can think of that it could ever be anything else. And then the truth comes out because the one person that was involved comes out and makes a statement, and I'm like, oh, yeah, I guess it couldn't have been anything else except for that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I see it all the time, so.
But yeah, we definitely want to know what you guys think about this. I don't even know what to think about the whole spiritual community thing. I understand the isolation. The spiritual community, I'm like,
The isolation sucks too, but I get it.
Yeah, hopefully she can find a place though where she can come out and not feel like hated. Because I feel bad for her that she feels that way. And I don't want my speculation or questions to ever come across like it's hate for the survivors.
No, we never victim blame, ever, ever, ever. And there is a way to ask I'm a salesperson, okay? There is a way to ask any question ever, with the way that you present yourself and the tone and your intention, right?
Yeah.
And you can tell the difference between somebody who's trying to be a jerk or somebody who genuinely wants to understand.
Yeah.
And just genuine understanding is not offensive.
No, it's not.
But yeah, let us know what you think. All right, so here is a follow-up to the cell phone data and triangulation, you guys.
Uh-oh.
Yes. So
no, I'm excited.
I knew this was going to happen. I knew it. And I think I talked about GPS a little bit on the triangulation video. And actually, I think I said maybe we can do a follow-up video. Well, I posted this on Reddit, and I posted it in groups that are notoriously like anti-Kohberger, the possibility of Kohberger being innocent, just to see, and there's like so much hate comments and everything, people trying to make it seem like I didn't know what I was talking about because I didn't talk about GPS, and I even made the comment in their GPS something separate. And most of those people didn't know how GPS worked either, because they're like, yeah, right, the FBI and law enforcement would reach out to the cell phone companies to get the GPS data. So I don't know why you're talking about triangulation. Funny. Cell phone companies don't issue GPS data. Period.
Everybody's an
At
expert.
all.
Everybody's an expert.
The only GPS style data that cell phone companies offer it's not triangulation, it's latitudation or something like that, where it's or lateration, that's what it is, lateration. And they are able to give coordinate data based on the coordinates of the tower and your relation to strength with that cell phone signal. And they can give a rough guesstimate of your, it's not GPS because you're not using the global positioning system, but it gives coordinates based on how far you are from the towers. So that is the only thing that they're going to be able to give you directly from the carrier, okay? So, GPS data, let's get into it. What is GPS, okay? So, GPS stands for Global Positioning System here in the U.S. Other countries have different names for it. Some of them you will see on the screen here now. But what our Global Positioning System, which I'll just say GPS from now on, now that you know what that means, is 30 total satellites, 30 plus. I've heard that there's been one or two additions, but it's at least 30 satellites that are always orbiting over the top of us, right? In a very precise and particular way so that they never collide with anything else up there, and they are always peering down and have connection to every GPS device, all of them, literally all of them. So the 30 satellites, okay, have radio waves that they pump out. So just imagine like a pulse, like a and it pumps out radio waves of these GPS satellites. Now, what's interesting is in order to get a GPS location, your phone has to be in relation to 4 satellites, 4 of them. 3 of them are required to get your location. The 4th is for verification. So if you're ever in a position where you're not covered by 4, you will not get the coverage, okay? So how the satellites do it, what it is exactly. So the 30 satellites are set up with a very, 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 very precise clock.
Okay.
Weird, right? I think that's a lot of people's response. Like, wait. Aren't we talking about location? And you're talking about a clock, right? Okay, so
that's weird.
Stick with me here. So, in order to get your perfect location, it has to be assessed by these clocks that have literally a perfect time, okay? And it's said that these satellites' clocks could run for like 600 million years and never be off for a second. That's how precise they are. Crazy. Whoa. Crazy. So, how do they do it? They function by using an atomic clock powered by quantum mechanics.
Impressive.
So why they need that, right? Without going too much science, because I feel like with us being a talk show and entertainment, the science can kind of drag it down. So I'll make it as interesting as I can. So why does the clock matter to tracking our position? And I'm glad you guys all asked that, right? So satellites constantly broadcast those radio signals to every device, every GPS device. So our phones have a GPS chip inside of it that is separate from your SD or SIM card. It is a GPS-specific chip that picks up these GPS radio waves that are coming off of the satellite, all right?
Okay.
Now, those radio signals coming off of each of these satellites travel at the speed of light. What? The speed of light. And do you know how fast that is?
The speed of light?
671 million miles per hour. 671 million miles per hour, okay?
That's insane.
So, what they do is they send out that radio wave that's traveling at the speed of light, okay, down to your phones, which, bam, get that. Now, that phone says, okay, I got this in this amount of time, right? Well, they're only right above our heads, okay? And it's shooting a radio wave at the speed of light, okay? It's getting to our phones in thousands, if not millions of a second, okay? So the only way to track that is to have a clock that is so precise, it's not even off a second after half of a billion years.
Whoa.
Yeah, makes sense now, right? Because in order to get your position, it has to know how long it took for that radio wave to get from the satellite to your phone. That's why you need 3 of them, because they're essentially triangulating. So here's you, satellite, 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 satellite. This one says, bam, okay, it got there in half of whatever the measurement is. This one got there in a quarter of whatever the measurement is. This one got there in 7/8 of the measurement is. So now, between those 3 satellites, with the 4th verifying what the 3 are saying, it can now tell you exactly where your position is. You know how precise it is?
How precise?
They can track a device down to 11.5 inches.
So about a foot.
Yep.
Whoa.
That is crazy.
That's super precise.
And in order to track something that's barely above our heads, when something's traveling at the speed of light, it has to have that subatomic clock that is being powered by quantum mechanics. No other clock will do.
Wow.
Yeah, it's interesting. So some of these details I didn't know. I had to look them up. These details weren't my selling technique when I was in wireless. You know, I knew the base of it, but I knew like the hot topics that sounded cool, like the traveling at the speed of light and all that stuff.
So is this what, like in my phone, when I turn on location services, that's what that is?
Yes, essentially. There's more details to that, but yes, really it's not the location services that you're turning on. Yes, when you turn on location services, you are saying, hey, I am allowing all these apps to track me. These apps use that GPS data that is not coming through the cell phone signal.
Right.
Data.
It's separate.
Correct. And I think that this is very important to the Idaho4 case, because so many people are like, dude, why are they asking for Spotify information? Why are they asking for this information? Why are they asking for that information? Well, I'll get to it on what that could be. So, all right, now that we understand how the GPS works, constant radio waves, bam, bam, bam on our phone, right? Geolocation. I'm sure a lot of people have heard that, right?
Yeah.
So we're going to break this up into a couple different areas. But there isn't just the tower triangulation or the GPS triangulation.
So geolocation is separate from GPS?
No. It's blended. It's blended, okay? So most people have heard of geolocation. Geolocation is used by every cell phone company for their applications on their phones, okay? So what that entails is geolocation is the ability to track a device whereabouts using GPS, cell phone towers, Wi-Fi access points, and any combination of these. They have now included Bluetooth in that as well.
Wow.
Yeah. But
so is it super precise?
There's nothing that's just like it.
I mean, GPS sounded like it was it.
No, it's not. It's really not.
You said it was...
I'll get there.
Okay,
yes.
Okay.
Listen, when I'm saying it can track you down to less than a foot, that is in perfect circumstances, you guys. Perfect circumstances with your location services turned on, with the right app turned on that has the right access to be able to track that. It's not just free data and information that's out there. Unless you're using like Google Maps or Google Maps Pro, if you have that location services turned on, yes, it is exactly what you're thinking. where they will be able to track you anywhere. And when I say they, I just mean anybody that's looking to track you can track you anywhere. So
scary.
Yeah, it is. And that's the reason why I have all my location services turned off all the time until I need it. It takes me less than 10 seconds to pop in there, turn it on when I need it, and continue, right? Because, not because like anything criminal, but it also, hackers use this.
Yeah, and I know that like if you have location services turned on, like people were getting docs essentially by posting pictures, and then their location was in the metadata for their pictures.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's scary.
That is scary. That is scary. So both mobile and desktop devices can use geolocation. So geolocation is used extensively in the financial services industry to help prevent fraud, give customers information about nearby services like ATMs or stores or anything like that. And it says here, which I pulled this directly off a website just so we knew it was right. It also poses unwanted privacy, such as cell phone tracking. Like you said. Exactly, right? And so many people ask me that question too, is like, can people track you? And what's really interesting is I wanted to be able to respond directly to our viewers. So I am going to be tagging a video, which is an excellent video, you guys. If you want the entire walkthrough, I don't feel like what we do here is like the right place to take 40 minutes to walk through every type of phone on how to check and make sure if you're being tracked, to make sure your settings are right, to make sure all that. But this video can. This one can. So if you are interested in looking into that and you want to know how to turn all those off and you want to know how to make your phone as safe as you possibly can, just click that video in the description, okay? I've already pre-watched it just to make sure it's good, and it is good. What they're talking about is good information. So, okay, so GPS is so accurate that they are now and currently able to track a cell phone down to the 11.5 inches, and when all things on a phone are functioning properly. Now, here's the interesting part to that, okay?
Okay.
Just a reminder where I'm at in the conversation. So, GPS waves, those radio waves, are some of the most unreliable waves there are.
When you said radio waves, I thought that was odd.
Yes, they are very unreliable. Very, very, very unreliable.
Think about a staticky radio.
Yeah. So, how unreliable do I mean? Just going into a house, any house, unreliable.
See, I was also wondering that because when I try to track, like, find my iPhone, when it's in the house and I've lost it in there, I cannot track it to the room. It's like all over the place. And I'm like, what? What is this?
It must be your settings where you don't have certain location services turned on that doesn't bounce your signal off of nearby accepting Wi-Fi devices or Bluetooth devices. Because I have mine turned on like that too, just for safety features. Yeah, it happens all the time. Being in a car, a metal vehicle, can impact that as well. So they're just really unreliable waves, and you need to have 3 of them to have an exact location. With a 4th, there are companies out there that won't even look at the data if there's not a 4th satellite in range to verify. So, all right, now this is the interesting part. What apps can we expect location services to be on? So when you guys are asking the questions and saying, oh, that's old data with the cell phones, triangulation and everything. Actually, cell phone triangulation is one of the most reliable datas and or reliable location tracking that the FBI still prioritizes that, still to this day. And I think people had brought up the fact that they were waiting for the CAST report, and I don't think a lot of people understood what a CAST report is. Essentially, CAST just means that is FBI's cell phone. What is it? Is it Cell Phone and Services Technology Group? CAST.
Okay.
So CAST isn't a specific report. It is a group of people that are considered experts in cell phone and tracking technology.
Okay, so that doesn't mean just one type of tracking. It's all tracking.
It's not all tracking.
Just cell phone related.
Yeah, it's still minimal. So,
Okay.
So the FBI is restricted on what they're allowed to have. Apple only allows certain things. Wireless carriers only allow certain things. And while I was doing some investigating into this, I actually was able to find a FBI declassified report from the early 2020s, I think is what it was. I'll pull it up here in a second. That break down what their CAST report looks like. They prioritize cell phone triangulation. Prioritize it. And what's interesting is how flawed their reporting is, because they are not allowed to take tower reporting from the wireless companies. They have to build their own.
Oh,
so when they reach out to a cell phone company, they say, hey, cell phone company, I'm looking into this person in Idaho. I need all the towers you have from this zip code here and within a 50-mile radius. So they send back a report saying, okay, cool. So we have one tower at X axis and Y axis, and then the FBI agent has to go in and build their own map and report. Using science.
No way.
Yes,
That's crazy.
It is crazy. And I'll post some of the documents here. So you guys that felt like what I was saying was not the case, this is directly from an FBI report, which will be in the description. It talks about the tower and the triangulation and being split up into 120 degree segments, and how the FBI factors in, does the math, and calculates all that information on their own. It also says, in multiple spots that do not try and lean on this data in court for certain carriers.
Interesting.
Yep. It is interesting. So, and we'll pull that up in just a second, but what apps can we expect location services to be on? And these are directly from my phone. I just opened my phone and took down apps that are location services. So where somebody could get GPS location from you on. And I don't think most people realize how many apps do it, right? We have Google Maps, obviously, Crypto, Facebook, Experian, Fidelity, TD Ameritrade, Webull, Go, Hulu, Instagram, Snapchat, Twitch, Trovo, Spotify, Maps, and so many more.
I honestly,
everything.
I think almost every app. Like, there's some that don't, obviously, but I mean, there's so many. So many.
Right.
I can't even describe how many.
I
get requested for it all the time. And the cool thing about Apple is that when an app has been tracking me repeatedly, it'll pop up and be like, do you still want to allow this app to track you? So that I can, if I didn't realize it was turned on, it'll alert me so that I can turn it off. But yeah, it's endless, the amount of apps that track you. I've even had games track my location. I mean, TikTok tracks your location, Snapchat does, Instagram does, oh man.
No, literally everything. And it talks about a lot of them in that report that I'm talking about, which for some reason it's not pulling up on my computer here. I'm trying to see if it will.
I don't like that social media does it.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
I don't think social media apps should be allowed to track you that way, because of the issues we've had with safety with people, like posting pictures and then having a location on it and then somebody seeing they're there and then coming and hurting them.
Yeah, we'll just have to use
I just don't think that should be a part of social media where you put your location, live, this is where I am right now, tag it, tagging your location to a pinpoint. That's so dumb. Don't ever do that. Yeah. And I don't think social media apps should have that feature.
No, they shouldn't.
After all the horror stories, I don't know how they still do.
I agree. One thing we're going to do is we're going to do this video in a premiere like we did with the last one so we can go through this document. But look at this declassified document. It gives the cast's origins. It gives the mission statement and structure. It gives the breakdown on when, where, why, and how many people they have working for them. It talks about, which I'll let it load here for a second. But so this is interesting, okay, and then we'll go back to that. So have you heard the statement of the cell phone reports that they were looking for that were typed up and written by Officer Payne?
I don't think so.
So
I'm not sure.
On December 23rd, 2022, pursuant to that search warrant, I received records for 8458 phone from AT&T. Kohberger has an AT&T phone, okay?
Right. Yeah, I knew that.
These records indicated that the 8458 phone is subscribed to Brian Kohberger at an address in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, and the account has been open since June 23rd, 2022. These records also include historical cell site location information. They prioritize cell triangulation, which makes the video that we talked about last time more relevant for the people that are like, I don't know why you're talking about cell phone triangulation. They don't even use that anymore. Yeah.
That's all they've talked about in the Idaho case is cell phone triangulation. I think it's, the cast report was mentioned or whatever.
The cast report was mentioned. So is GPS. And somebody gave a really good example and told people, hey, look at the Murdaugh case. Yes, the Murdaugh case used GPS tracking. Yeah. They did. But all those services have to be on, okay? The phone they were looking at was from an older person who I don't think would know, hey, let me switch all that off because I like my privacy like I do. I switch all of it off, dude. So they wouldn't be able to find anything from me if I was being investigated. Literally nothing. That's
a good point. That Murdaugh probably didn't know to turn those things off. Yeah.
Agreed. These records so at the open since June 23rd, 2022. These records also included historical cell site location information, CSLD for 8458 phone. After receiving this information, I consulted with an FBI special agent, SA, that is certified as a member of the Cellular Analysis Survey Team, CAST. That's what it is, CAST. Cellular C, Analysis A, Survey S team. Members of CAST are certified with the FBI to provide expert testimony in the field of historical CSLI and are required to pass extensive training that includes both written and practical examinations prior to being certified with CAST, as well as completion of yearly certification requirements. Additionally, the FBI CAST SA that I consulted with has over 15 years of federal law enforcement experience, which includes 6 years with the FBI. From information provided by CAST, I was able to determine estimated locations for 8458 phone from November 12th, 2022 to November 13th, the time period authorized by the court. So I will be super curious to see that because I could probably give you those too. So
those. What, you could?
The location for sure. If I had access to the systems, yeah, absolutely. Yep, absolutely. But I'm curious what they used here. So I have some highlighted, and a side note here too. Did I talk about the stingrays and dirtbox on the last video?
Gosh, I can't. Maybe you mentioned it.
I'll post a picture here. So certain law enforcement agencies, FBI specific, have these devices, you guys, that help investigating a lot. They are stingray devices. They are called dirtbox devices, and what they are is a fake tower that is like on top of a van, inside of a van, whatever. They flip these bad boys on and they act as a fake cell phone tower and suck all the cell phone service into this box, and it gives the FBI all of the information off your phone, your serial number, your IMEI, your SD card, not your SD card, your SIM card, all that information, which then gives them the ability to, one, know that you're there within that general location, and two, get the information for further investigation into the cell phone details and company. So I have here a highlight on page 3, right? So Cast origins. Cast brings unique expertise to cases in which cellular telephone information serves an important evidentiary role in the investigation. When necessary, Cast will utilize industry standard survey gear, drive test equipment to determine the true geographical coverage breadth of a cell site sector. Why I highlighted that is because what they're saying right there is that these cast members will go on site where the investigation is to gauge how successful that cell tower is, because each cell tower is different.
Right.
What that shows, if you're not picking it up, is there is a certain level of unreliability here.
Yep.
And they wouldn't be doing that. They wouldn't be sending an agent out there if that wasn't real.
Right. Clearly there's variables, there's things that can interfere with the reliability, and they have to assess and identify if there's any in that situation, in that particular investigation.
It's just not perfect. It's not a perfect science, just like no science is a perfect science.
There isn't a perfect science.
When Cast reaches out to AT&T, this is what we can expect to get from them.
Okay.
All subscriber information, including name, address, contact number, activation, deactivation dates, account number, social security number, and account features. Cell site locations and sectors for all outgoing and incoming voicemail, SMS, MMS, and data transactions. All available historic precision locations reports. All available internet and web browsing history, to include history with and or without location information, all twinned paired devices associated with the account. Interesting, right?
Yeah.
But what that doesn't say is GPS data.
Oh.
There's the tower in 3 sectors, split up in 120 degrees, right? So next we had 33... Which
that perfect circle of it split up is what I imagined it would look like in reality, but in reality it looks nothing like that perfect circle.
No, it does not.
It's like all in one direction, or like, it's so weird the way that the coverage
and they prioritize triangulation there, and then send somebody out to then verify that triangulation.
So do they generally prioritize triangulation from cell towers, or is that something they just do when GPS can't be used? Or, you know what I'm saying? Like, is it different for different cases?
It can be different for different cases, but they can only get certain information from these carriers. And within these carriers, they have to make their investigation match what the information is that the carrier is giving them.
Okay.
Yeah, this document is not working with me right now. Let me try one more time real quick. I'll try and get to... Okay. That just talks about the recreation of building triangulation maps for court. When I was in the wireless industry, they already have these pre-built maps that we use. I never had to build a map. That's kind of weird, right?
It is. It absolutely is. That's kind of incredible. I had no idea. I just assumed they would get a search warrant and get all of that from the companies, not having to get like a little bit of information and then make the rest themselves.
Yes. All right. So, major cell phone provider overview. You guys will see this on the screen. We're going to focus on AT&T, okay?
Okay.
So, use data cautiously during an investigation and do not rely on data for testimonies. Do not rely on data from AT&T for testimonies because it's not an exact science. Location-based services. Mobile locate triangulated coordinates of device based on timing, which is what we talked about in the last video, RTT, right? And I'm not trying to take the position in this video to reprove in the last video. The last video is correct, you guys. I'm using this to reaffirm people who had questions around the validity of them using cell tower triangulation when GPS is out here. So, triangulation coordinates of device based on timing advance or timing of arrival and suspected radius. Generates location event data via probes on mobile network. Use cautiously. AT&T does not validate results. AT&T messaging results can get content and photos if subscriber has this feature turned on. Interesting, right?
Yeah.
Super interesting.
It is interesting.
So, how do they get GPS data? They reach out to these applications.
Right, not the cell carrier.
Yep. And then they reaffirm that information with cell tower information. So, like, if they get GPS locations from these applications and then they take the cell phone company, they'll draw the best estimated route with the cell phone triangulation and then get the GPS location or geolocated information, which uses a blend between those and just uses that as backup data. And even with that, they're telling their agents here, be careful using this data. Do not commit to this data in a sworn statement or testimony.
Oh, gosh. I wasn't expecting that.
I'm telling you, people have the wrong perception on how concrete cell phone data is. We had the wrong perception on DNA.
I know, that's what I was about to say. Which I think the takeaway from that is like the question of these things that we have been told over and over again, okay, like we have all this evidence on this guy, this is what makes him guilty, and that guy gets convicted.
We've been trained.
We've been trained over and over, time and time again, that these things are concrete.
Yeah.
Your DNA is there. It's 100% match. You're the killer.
Yeah.
Or cell phone. Your location puts you here at this time. Your DNA is here. There's no one else it could be. Like, you're there and your DNA is there. Like, we have two different ways of proving you're there. You must be the killer. And then you dig into it and you realize, okay, there is room for error here.
A lot.
Significant room.
Yeah.
So are these as damning and condemning to the people, the defendants in these cases, as we thought they were? I think
That's why they get a whole bunch of different information, like Gilgo Beach.
They can be, or they can't be.
Yeah.
Like, it can go either way. The issue is you need to be able to look at the actual data, how they got to that conclusion, the room for error. In this specific case, the circumstances surrounding how they got that data and what could make it inaccurate.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, how degenerated was the DNA? Like, were they in a building that could throw off this location data? Like, you know, is there a mountain right next door? Did the building have a tin roof? Like, all these things need to be accounted for.
Was he under 4 satellites to get reliable satellite GPS location?
And I feel like these things need to be made very clear to jurors, because jurors are me and you.
Yep.
They
Agreed.
need to know. And when somebody says DNA, GPS location data, for most jurors, that's going to stick in their head.
Yep.
And that's going to be like, well, it's their DNA.
Right.
And they have them pinned there at the time. Their phone's there.
Yep.
It has to be them. Like, they're always going to go back to that in their mind when they're making a decision.
Absolutely.
So they need to know, how reliable is this data? And I feel like, honestly, in a lot of cases,
it's not
really open for discussion in that way. And that's one benefit or positive I can see to the Idaho4 Kohberger case, is that Ann Taylor has made us all question it.
Mm-hmm.
She's opened it up for discussion.
Yep.
Of how reliable is this?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's a benefit. That's a good thing, and that can help.
Well, it
us.
should be asked that in any court case, not even just the Idaho4. Obviously, yes, we brought this up with the Idaho4, but like I would expect any defense attorney or any attorney in general to be asking these questions. Okay, so I see the expert data, I see that information, but give me the variables on why this information might not be 100% concrete.
Right, but what I'm saying is this case specifically, and her questioning it in this way, has made the public question it, has made the public realize there's room for error there. That we didn't realize necessarily.
Public.
Some.
Yep.
Yes.
So, I'd love to know what you guys think. If this was interesting, like the other one, if you learned something, and if you want to know more.
No, I think this was a great topic to cover. I feel like I learned a lot.
Yeah.
I think it's a good one.
Yes, indeed.
I hope you guys feel the same, but let us know.
Me too.
Okay. Typing in my password is very difficult with these nails on. I am not used to it, so I have to be very, very careful. All right. So, last but not least, for my case tonight, or cases tonight, is, so we've been digging into the whole Vinlander Delphi situation.
Mm-hmm.
Now, while a lot of that to me makes some sense, I did want to go back to one of the first suspects in the case.
Okay.
Because I had some viewers ask some questions, and I looked into it a little bit more, and I feel like there is a possibility here. Like, and it should be looked at. And I also have some questions. I have a lot of questions, actually, but it's Ron Logan. Ronald Logan is the man that owned the property that Abby and Libby were found on.
Okay.
So if you look back and you type in Ronald Logan to just YouTube, Google, you will find old interviews where he did a ton after the girls were found. Like, maybe it's not a ton, maybe it's just a bunch of clips I'm seeing, but I saw several. I know HLN specifically went out there and got like a walk around. He literally took them around the property and showed them where the girls were found and everything, which apparently he was resistant to at that point or something like that, from what I heard from the lady who interviewed him, which I can't remember her name right now. I'm so sorry.
This is my backyard. My backyard just happens to be bigger than most people. How many people have a murder committed at their home in their backyard?
The FBI agent who requested this search warrant wrote, quote, "I believe there is probable cause to believe that Ronald Logan has committed the crime of murder." The document shows Logan created a false alibi for the time the murders were committed, but he was never charged in the case. Logan was sentenced to 4 years in prison for violating probation in a drunk driving case, and that may be why he lied to investigators. We don't know if the search warrant turned up any evidence specifically related to the Delphi case. Logan died in January.
Originally, he was very open to the media, and then when he started feeling like he was getting looked at, which I believe it's his son that was like, you need to be quiet. Like, you're looking guilty. Like, people are spinning this, okay? He was quiet after that, and he was like totally anti-media, hated the media.
Who would have thought they'd let their children out to do something special that day, take a trip down, and then turn out with a disaster like this?
For 53 years, Logan's lived on the country road near the trail that leads to the Monon High Bridge.
People walk up and down with their children, and yeah, it's quite a nice little trail, and the bridge is real.
Never, though, has Logan seen anything like what he has this week, the search for an eventual discovery of the bodies of Libby German and Abby Williams.
The area that they were in is very hard to get to. I mean, you can't get there unless you walk there. I mean, so somebody would be walking with them or something.
So,
it makes sense why he would feel like resentment or distrust towards the media, especially when you're going out of your way to talk with them and give them what they're looking for, and then have it feel like they turned on you. Like, I get it, you know?
Mm-hmm. So, Ronald Logan, like I said, he owned the property that they were found on. He has since passed away. So he's not here anymore. So if he is the killer, like, you know, there's nothing much that could be done.
Yeah.
I know that.
Jeez.
I know that most people who follow this case closely do not think it's him. They don't. But I feel like there's kind of too many coincidences that that a lot of people are just like, well, it could be this explanation, so, you know, I don't know. I feel like he makes way more sense than Richard Allen. Like, way more sense than Richard Allen. So, let's talk about the day that the girls were found. Where was Ron Logan? What was he doing? We don't know. Because he fabricated an alibi.
What?
Yes. Before the girls' bodies were even found, he was fabricating an alibi.
What?
Yeah. Yeah. He was. So, the day the girls went missing, he claimed to investigators that he had a friend drive him to, like, an aquarium store, like I said it was a fish market before, but it's like more like an aquarium store, in Lafayette, Indiana.
Okay.
And that he was there. So couldn't have abducted the girls. He was in Lafayette at a fish store. So he called, okay, a family member. I've heard it called a family member. I've also heard it called a friend. He called them before the girls' bodies were even found. Now, it was after they went missing, but before their bodies were found, he calls up a friend and is like, hey, I need you to say you took me to this fish store in Lafayette. Before ever talking to the police.
What?
Before the girls were ever found, nobody knew anything yet.
And how do we have confirmation that he asked him to lie? Do we know what that evidence is?
There is the FBI, when looking into him, they ended up writing up like a probable cause affidavit and a search warrant to search his home. And in that, they laid out several details, and this came out through the Murder Sheet podcast, which they almost exclusively cover Delphi. And they've done a really good job bringing information to the table. They're very, very invested, very intelligent. I enjoy their podcast a lot. But they are the ones who released it, and that's what the FBI agent said. Now, A search warrant is going to be biased. Like, it's going to be biased. It's going to present all of the most damning information so that they have probable cause to legally and constitutionally search someone's home.
Yeah.
So it makes sense to put all of the most damning things, but the most damning things, like, in this are pretty damning. Like, in my opinion, personally. What? What? You can't go and not tell anybody what you're ing about.
That his walk matches the guy on the bridge.
See? That's another thing.
His knee.
You guys.
His right knee.
That's another thing. Is when friends, ex-girlfriends of his, people that knew him, said when they saw the bridge guy video that they thought for sure it was him. They said he dresses like bridge guy in his everyday life, and his stature, the way he held his body and everything, they swore up and down it was Ronald Logan. Apparently, according to Murder Sheet Podcast, which is where I heard that. What? That's saying something. Don't you think?
He walks with a limp on his right knee. And I just said that the other night. For anyone watching, if you're curious, I said that, 2 nights ago?
Yep.
That bridge guy, I can tell, has some kind of injury on his right knee. There's something going on there. Either it happened that day.
Oh my gosh, he does walk like that.
I know. I told you.
And
really strange.
He owned a fanny pack.
No way.
I swear.
How'd you find that out?
He owned a fanny pack.
Man, that is wild.
Yeah, so...
We're going to have to dig.
Yes, and I do think that everybody should go listen to... I listened to 2 podcast episodes from the Murder Sheet Podcast where they released the probable cause and the warrant, the search warrant, and then another one where they talk about Keegan Kline, which was the child predator that was messaging Libby, and they talk about Ron Logan, and they felt like that Keegan Kline made more sense than Ronald Logan, but that was before Richard Allen's arrest. This was like early 2022.
Is this guy white pride?
That was my question. Is there any way his property was being used by the Vinlanders under his permission? Could he have been a part of this ending with that group? He's an older man.
Yeah, I get it.
So now, the HLN reporter who interviewed him did say, despite him being so old here, that he gets around those really steep hills, like, really well. She said there was this impression that he was this old, frail man, but he was not. She said he
look like it there.
She said he was strong, he was sturdy. She said he even helped me go up and down the hills.
Jeez.
He literally took my hand and helped me up and down them because I was having a hard time going up and down them. Okay, he knows his property well. Okay, according to the memorandum, this person would have had to have had access to some kind of saw to cut branches. That's his property.
Yeah.
That gives him pretty good access to tools.
Yeah. Yeah.
He has a limp like Bridge Guy. He has the body type like Bridge Guy. People who knew him said they thought Bridge Guy was him. He owns a fanny pack. He has weapons in his home.
Why was he ruled out?
He was never really formally announced as a suspect, and he was also never formally ruled out. Ever.
That's strange.
I know. So, here, I have 6 things that were red flags to me, which I already named a few. So, proximity. It's his property where they were found. Looks like Bridge Guy. Also, he has a history of domestic abuse against his ex-girlfriends. He had ex-girlfriends come out and say he was violent. He was very abusive towards them.
See, I don't know these other suspects as well as I should. That's interesting.
Yeah. Also, 4, he lied and fabricated an alibi before the bodies were even found. That's a big red flag to me.
Did the friend come out after he passed or something and came forward with this?
No, the police knew. No, it didn't happen after. What? They didn't know after he died. They figured it out. So, yeah, the fake alibi. Also, he changed his times in the alibi too, where he says that at 3 p.m. and then that he went to the fish market, and then at another time it was like 2:30. He went backwards in time, almost like he was trying to make it fit the time better. But the bridge guy video's at 2:13 p.m. According to police, is when the bridge guy thing happened. Him moving it back to 2:30 would still make sense, though, because he couldn't have been there murdering them.
Yeah, I agree.
He still couldn't have been if he was at the fish market at 2:30.
Yeah.
He killed him and did all that in 15 minutes and then drove however far away to a fish market?
Not happening.
Still, it would have cleared him.
Yeah.
So I don't think the time discrepancy really matters that much. I feel like that's very, very, very sketchy.
I wonder if he bought anything. They have proof that, hey, he wasn't there. We don't have any receipts. There was no credit cards of his used.
Well, I think that's what they did. They went to the aquarium and realized he's lying. So another thing with the exes is apparently he also had some weird, and I don't know what this means necessarily. I heard allegations, and I don't know if they're 100% true, that he watched porn that was odd.
I mean,
bestiality.
Oh.
And other things that I probably shouldn't say. So
CP?
I don't know. Okay. I don't know that for sure. It was implied in several different ways, but I have heard that. I really need to find a reputable, or somewhat reputable, because who knows what's reputable anymore?
Yeah.
Source for that. I'm going to have to do some digging, because I feel honestly, a lot of the old stuff on Ronald Logan is now buried and probably in archives. I'm probably going to have to dig it out.
Yeah.
The old
using
claims.
the Internet Archives.
Yeah. Also, oh gosh. Okay, so one thing that was alleged, in Murder Sheet Podcast, they were talking about, so why would he fabricate this alibi? Say we're assuming innocence. Why would he do that?
I mean, without knowing more details, I don't know. Is there some reason that he was scared to be looked at? Because there are ulterior motives.
He didn't have a license. He didn't have a license. And he had a past DUI that made him lose his license. So and it seems like he had issues with alcohol in his past. He lost his license, and he was out driving that day, possibly.
Yeah.
So they were saying maybe he was coming up with this alibi because the cops were questioning him, and he didn't want to get caught driving without a license, so he did this.
That's totally possible. But so stupid. So stupid. What a dummy.
Yeah.
You just be honest with them and be like, look, I was out driving. I know I'm not supposed to, and I don't think you'll care right now because your concern is... I don't think technically
they can charge you for that unless they catch you behind the wheel.
Yeah. Yeah. I wouldn't just say that's common knowledge, though, that everyone would know that no one would be scared. But yeah.
Yeah, so I guess that is a possibility, but I don't know. Like, to me, it feels a little sus. Like, I don't know about that.
No, it's questionable. I just think it's one of those things that it's questionable going both ways, where,
Yeah.
Okay, I get the claim about the driving thing and not wanting to be in trouble. It's a small town, and maybe he caused issues with law enforcement before, so they've treated him kind of crappy in the past, and he just wanted to avoid all that. I think things like that are realistic and worth looking at, but do I think in a murder investigation that any of those dumb crimes, life-ending felony charges should just be given the honest, straight-up truth? Yes, I think he should have, but that doesn't necessarily mean that someone does every time.
Yeah, there were a lot of people who thought it was him in the beginning, and then it kind of lost steam. And then people went back and questioned, could it be him a few times? Because it seemed like he was a mean old man. And, the HLN reporter also talked about how he used to break horses. And he used to neuter animals without giving them any kind of pain or sedative medication. That he was an older man that did things in old ways that were extremely brutal. And, maybe there's a better way to do that, where you're not hurting an animal. There's just some red flags around him.
Yeah, some behavioral flags is what it sounds like. The only thing that I would say with that, though, is just wanting to see evidence.
Me
because
too.
Hearing those things or saying those things, those are the types of details that get thrown around a lot to cloud up a situation. And the easiest way out of that cloudy tunnel is, okay, let's see evidence. Are there text messages? Are there written letters, even from 20 years ago, where we can prove some of that? Do we have search history on his PORN that he watches? Do we, you know what I mean? There's a lot of different ways that we could potentially get some kind of explanation, evidence, proof, something, making it more concrete.
Yeah. So it was text messages, so he told them that so he said that he got picked up by a friend between 2 and 2:30 p.m. to go to the aquarium store. He spoke with a family member the following morning and instructed them to tell the cops about the trip, to say he returned home by 5 to 5:30. I didn't realize that. So that whole time frame, 2 to 2:30, from 5 to 5:30.
Yeah.
Also, here's the sixth red flag that I hadn't mentioned yet. They said, this is important to mention, that it could not be accurate, but they claim that his phone pinged around the time of the murders outside of his home, likely in proximity to where the girls were found.
But no confirmation.
Right. They said likely, which means that it's possible, but it's not solid.
Yeah.
So he was home at the time of the murders, though. That's important.
As long as we can find evidence. None of this stuff has evidence to it, which makes me curious.
What? It comes from an FBI probable cause affidavit. They do have evidence.
When was this submitted? Is this the new document?
It's not new. It's from back when they searched him. He's dead.
Yeah, I get that. That doesn't mean that you can't.
It's not
submit
a part of the
new
new
theories.
stuff. It's not a part of the new stuff.
So it's pulling back up some of the details of. Got it. Okay.
Right.
Okay, I got you.
The girls' bodies were found about 1,400 feet from his home, and they say that his phone was pinging outside of his home around the time of the murders.
And this is FBI evidence, right?
Yes.
Okay. Before the FBI gave up. Yeah. Got it.
So interesting. So he was home. He was there. and he was probably outside, maybe, around the time of the murders, where he's then fabricating an alibi saying he was gone.
I'm curious who the FBI think it is.
Did he even go out driving that day?
I don't know.
I'm not sure. I probably should look into it more, but that's a bit odd.
It is.
You know, another weird thing that was mentioned in that is that they said that they believe the killer physically removed something from the girls or may have taken photos to memorialize the crime scene. So they think whoever did it took a souvenir. But they don't say what they think it is, that it's photos or took something.
Why
would they say that? That's so odd to put in there.
The only thing that I could think of is maybe there's footprints, like a whole bunch of footprints, like where you might move to take a picture, you know what I mean? And they're like, wait, why are there all those random, like, footprints, like, all over, back and forth like this? Oh, wait, maybe they could have been taking a picture.
Or did they find a tripod? Indentions in the dirt?
That's a good one, too.
Really odd.
Yeah, it is. It is.
I mean, it would kind of make sense, I guess, to take a picture if you posed the bodies that way.
Yeah.
A lot of serial killers have taken pictures.
Yeah.
Like
I mean,
a lot.
anything to keep that reliving going.
Right.
Because it loses its steam after a while.
But this was kind of just like a quick deep dive into him. Like, it's not super deep. It's like mid, you know?
Yeah.
To kind of get the conversation going, because I want more on him. I want to be able, because I haven't looked at every angle of this case. I didn't follow it when it happened. But I think it's interesting to go back, because I think there's a huge possibility that Richard Allen is innocent. And I think it's a huge possibility the killer is still right under the noses of the people in Delphi.
Yeah.
So I think it's interesting to go back and look at these people and see.
Yeah.
You know, like,
Yeah.
is there anything that was missed? Were they looking at this wrong? Like, if the police had some bias or some reason for not really looking into certain people, what's going on here? Like, I almost wondered, is Ron Logan connected to white supremacists in any way? Like, that's a big question for me. He's an older white man on this property, like, and he's known for some pretty bad stuff, you know?
That's my biggest question, because after we looked at all the evidence that we looked at the other night when we released that video and did the live stream, is I feel like that was set up by somebody with racial motivation.
Yeah.
I definitely do. I definitely do. But I'm curious what you guys think.
Yeah, and when I've searched into, like, anything he's ever said that could be, like, even deemed racial in any kind of way, like, I couldn't find nothing at all. And if he's an innocent, you know, older man, he's gone, you know. That sucks. But, I have serious questions.
Yeah.
And I want to know what you guys think. I know a lot of people have, like, really, really, you know, been dedicated to the Delphi case and know a ton about it. If you know any more about him, if you followed it from the beginning, because I feel like the people who follow a case from the beginning really have a perspective that you can't get looking at it after the fact.
I agree.
I feel like both are equally important, but also different, you know? So I would love for you to share any perspective you have, any information you have on Ron Logan, any sources. You can go post them in Discord in the new forum where we're posting all of our source material. Other members and people, viewers, are posting theirs. We're talking, having a good time.
Yes. That.
But yeah.
Let us know what you think. Last story of the night. Dun dun dun. All right, so how many of you have seen the madness going on with Ashton Kutcher lately?
I mean, yeah, we talked about this a little bit with the Danny Masterson story where I said, that's so 70s show. Oh
Yeah,
my gosh,
you just
please
stole my line. I was totally going to say it this time.
burn me alive, everybody. Goodness gracious.
I was going to start it off saying, yeah, well, he, was getting his rise from That So 70s show. You knew what we meant. Come on, you fools. Knock it off.
I know. Somebody was like, that's so 70s show. I couldn't even keep watching with all the inaccuracies.
I know, it's super funny.
It's like the only thing I said that was inaccurate was I put so, 2 letters.
I know, it's super, super funny. But, all right, so, brief rundown. Ashton Kutcher is coming under fire. I mean, heavy fire,
He
dude.
is.
Like, mega life-altering, career-changing, apology video, social media submitting fire.
Cancellation, basically.
Yeah, he's essentially being canceled for this. And a lot of people have a lot of questions. Why? Why would he do that? He has a foundation. What's it called? You knew it? Thor, right? Thorn. So he had a foundation that he started for child abuse, right?
Human trafficking.
Or human trafficking.
It's to help stop human trafficking.
That's right. Help stop human trafficking. And he was the CEO and board director. So he led the whole thing, right?
Yeah,
and
they developed...
Mila Kunis was on it. And
yeah, his wife. They developed new technology that was supposed to be able to track human traffickers better.
Yep. Well, he has had to step down because of this.
Oh, no way. I didn't know that.
Absolutely. So him and Mila both stepped down out of their roles. So that's why I'm saying, like, life-changing, career-altering fire in the media. All because of the Danny Masterson stuff, which, like, probably rightfully so. I mean, I understand their side.
Kind of.
Where they didn't expect it to get read out loud to the public. I get it, right? I understand it. But if, like, they wouldn't take that into consideration?
Well, also, like, how ethical is it? He got convicted already, okay? He was convicted. The trial happened. Now, I know there was a lot of question of whether he actually did it or not because the original trial was a hung jury. They couldn't decide. And then the second one, they only got him on 2 of them. So, I mean, I guess maybe they thought he's actually innocent. I don't know. Like, I don't know. I just don't get it. Like,
I don't know either. And that, excuse me, is what we're talking about tonight, right? So getting you guys caught up, right? Danny Masterson, this video here. If you haven't watched this, I suggest you go watch this before you watch this one because this one will make a lot more sense after you watch that one. So after that video and that conviction, Ashton and Mila both sent in character letters to the judge saying that, Danny is such a great guy. He's been there for him their whole lives. All they've ever seen is him being going out of his way to help people and everything like that. And that's post-conviction, you guys. So shaky, weird.
It was for the
probably.
sentencing. It was for the sentencing hearing.
Yep, it was for the sentencing, and it was with like 50 other letters. And I gotta say, most, if not all of those, were Scientology-directed letters. So I'm not saying that Scientology directed them to do that, but they happen to be all Scientology people. Now, listen to this story, and then let me know what you think at the end of this, right? So, why he's coming under fire and why people are attacking him and what they're attacking him about, okay? So, 2001, Ashton Kutcher was in his early career, just landing roles, just landed a major career role in That's So 70s Show. Stare.
That's what it's called now.
Right? And that show was in 1998. Got it. No, but really, so he was in That 70s Show, and that show started in 1998. And this situation is in 2001. Okay, so he wasn't big yet, but he was getting big. He was starting to hang out with some other stars, getting invited to Hollywood star parties, things of that nature. And at the same time, Danny Masterson also got hired for a role of Hyde in the show, and they very quickly became like best friends. I'm pretty sure they called each other brother, like they were tight, you know, that one friend that you get into trouble with and everything, like that was them, always joking around, always messing around on set, and just became super close. So December 2000, Kutcher met Ashley Ellerin at a party at Josh Hartnett's house. You know the actor Josh Hartnett from like Pearl Harbor,
Yeah.
Black Hawk Down, Oppenheimer. Well, meeting Ashley Ellerin forever changes Ashton Kutcher's life, you guys. All right, so who is Ashley Ellerin if you don't know? She was a girl born in Los Altos, California, Northern California area, and she was a girl living the LA life. I lived in LA for a little bit, and when you're from that area, there's like the LA Hollywood life, you know, where you go to bed at 4 or 5 a.m., you wake up at like 2 p.m., and you wake up to get ready for the night. And who knows where all the money comes from, but it comes from somewhere, right? And that's pretty much your life. So she was going to school at FIDM, which is downtown Los Angeles, Fashion Institute of Design and Merchandising. She stripped part-time. There was some rumors that she did escorting, but like none of that's important to this story, you guys. For me, it doesn't really matter any of those details. She's a victim. So one important thing is like she was known in the star group. She dated Vin Diesel for a while. She dated Vince Vaughn, both when they were just coming up. So like she was known by these actors and actresses. She was living what would some call like a wild life, that LA life that you become acclimated to pretty quickly. So February 21st, 2001. Kutcher and Ashley had plans, a date for their first time, okay? They had met a few months earlier, and they were both... Or wait. Ashton was dating someone, Ashley wasn't. So Ashton suggested that Ashley hang out with one of Ashton Kutcher's friends, right? Well, a couple months go by. Next, they meet at a housewarming party for Ashley, who had just moved into this new house, like right off of the Hollywood Walk of Fame, okay? Right,
Okay.
like walking distance to the Kodak Theater.
Wow.
And at that housewarming party, Ashton happened to be there, and they struck up a conversation, and they were both single, so they thought, hey, let's try this out, you know? They were both attracted to each other, whatever, and they exchanged numbers to hang out, and they had started talking. So they set up a date to meet, which was February 21st, 2001, and their plan was go to dinner and get drinks, all right? So according to Ashton, plans changed because he stopped at a friend's house and he wanted to finish watching the Grammys. He's a new actor, and you want to be up on what's going on in Hollywood, especially when you're a new actor. And that was okay because Ashley was running late too. So they talked 3 or 4 times from the time he was supposed to be there. I think it was like 7:30 or 8 or something like that. And they just talked back and forth to make sure they were still on track to meet each other, okay? So one of the last calls before they met up was Ashton calling and leaving a voicemail, and she called him back a few minutes later from a friend's phone and let him know, hey, the house phone isn't working, so I just called you from my friend's phone, but I should be ready at this time, you know, come over around this time, whatever. And what's interesting is the phone wasn't working. Yeah, so it makes me wonder, was it not working because of what's about to happen here? So
yeah, like somebody cut the phone
somebody
lines.
did something, yep.
Yeah, because that's odd.
Yeah, absolutely. So super strange the house phone wasn't working. I couldn't find anything additional that police had mentioned about this, but it just seems convenient, you know what I mean? So
yeah, it seems like there's some pre-planning, some premeditation there. Cutting a phone line.
So it was shortly after 10 p.m. when Ashton was driving over there after the last time they talked and planned at this time, called her and no pickup. Okay, and he had known that something was going on with the phone, so he just continued driving there. He got there between 10:30 and 10:45, according to his own statement. Now, he noticed her gate was open. She had a locked gate to allow entrance to, like, I guess her front yard area is what you would call it, but it was wide open. So he entered and walked. As he walked up, he noticed all her lights were on in her house, which, I mean, you would expect. You're going to pick someone up, you know. Some of these are just directly from his statement. Now, so he got all excited, you know, to pick her up, go to a Grammy after party, hang out, and do what they're going to do, you know. And he knocks and knocks and knocks and knocks, and no answer. No answer, okay? So what he did next was he looked in the window that was directly left to the front door, okay? And according to him, he'd noticed that the house was messy, which she just moved in. He just went to a housewarming party where things were not put together there. So nothing outside of what he would expect to see, right? Well, he also said, while he was looking in the window, he saw what looked like wine on the ground. Someone must have spilled a bunch of wine. And he knocked a couple more times. She didn't come, so he just decided to leave. Maybe something came up or whatever, and so he took off and went about his night as planned, right? Now, this is where things get a little wonky. Danny Masterson's ex-wife, Chrissy Cornell Bixler, who is one of the people that was a victim of his.
Ex-wife or ex-girlfriend?
Ex-wife. Danny Masterson's ex-wife.
Okay.
And who is his accuser and is the one that has been attacking Ashton after those letters came out, okay?
Interesting.
So she's written a couple things on social media. She posted a really old clip of Punk'd where Ashton Kutcher is saying, you know, hey, we're about to punk Hillary Duff, and, you know, she's one of those girls that everybody's just waiting for her to turn 18, like the Olsen twins, which, looking back at it, like, is it weird? Yeah, but, I mean, Punk'd was a joke show, so could it be an over-the-top joke? Sure, it could be, but it was weird.
They had a few
was
segments,
weird.
like when we talked about the Jonah Hill issue.
Yeah.
Way back when, which might not be up anymore because that's when we were covering politics. There were some odd things. Like there was an episode with Jonah Hill, and I forget the other kid's name that's on there. That's in there for like kind of friend group. They were being punked by drinking with underage girls in a restaurant.
Yeah.
And knew they were underage
Yep.
and still went along with it.
Yeah.
Like, there's several of those episodes that are a bit weird.
Yeah, just weird. Not anything like way over the top where I'm personally like, oh my gosh, something's going on there. But like,
Yeah, it doesn't look too good.
maybe that's dated. You know what I mean? So, anyways, so she has it out for Ashton. She took offense clearly to the letters that were sent in for Danny, which I get it. I do.
I do too.
100%, right? So before Ashton got there and he knocked on the door and she didn't answer, so he looked in the window and everything, Ashley's new roommate, Jennifer DeSisto, stopped by, but realized she forgot her keys. She saw Ashley's car in the driveway, saw the lights on, so she knocked, trying to get Ashley to let her in, and no response. And that was literally right before Ashton got there. So, what she ended up doing, because she had left her keys in her boyfriend's car, is getting a ride and going back to her boyfriend's to hang out, and where she ended up staying the night. All right, so she ended up leaving her boyfriend's that next morning around 7:30 a.m. Gets to the house, I think it's right around 8 a.m. She has her keys, obviously. She had been with her boyfriend. They were in his car. And she enters the home. And as she's walking in here, you can see the picture of the house. She sees Ashley laying on the ground. Once you go in the house, you have pretty direct sight to where the body was, and she's scared, jumps, and then she starts like, whoa, what is going on here? And she thinks it's a joke, so she slowly gets closer. As she's getting closer, she's realizing there's no way that's a joke. That's real blood. There's blood everywhere, literally everywhere, all over the place, in her hair, on her face, on her hands. Parts of it are dried, like just so bloody. And
he said he saw wine. How can you mistake wine for blood?
I hear you. I don't know, but when she got up close, she could see that she had a green robe on. She had silk boxer shorts, which were pulled down onto her thighs, and she was wearing a blue camisole around her torso, and she was laying face up in a pool of blood, and she realized clearly, like, this is not a joke. Something's up. And there was blood everywhere. So she called the cops, and the cops got there by 9:28, where she was pronounced dead at the scene. So the crazy thing here, you guys, so she had 47 stab wounds.
Wow, that's a lot.
47. 12 fatal. One of them so bad that the only thing that was keeping her head on was her spinal cord.
Oh.
Yeah, she had one right here, so, and it, everything. So, bad, right? So I heard there was even one that like pierced her skull, like just the aggressive, violent nature of this crime. You know what I mean? It wasn't like a couple stabbings and run. There was intention behind it. There was aggression behind it. And the one thing the cops noticed was she had a ton of defensive wounds, so she was trying to fight this dude off all over her arms, all over her body.
That's so sad. Oh, my God.
And her body was staged, which red flag serial killer.
Oh, my gosh, Danny rolling.
Yeah.
Terrifying.
And this was a large, sharp-edged weapon, so the cops thought right away, like, oh, shoot, we got a serial killer in our hands, man.
Yeah.
And they go to work. So that morning, before noon, Ashton Kutcher reached out to the cops, okay? called the police station and said that he had found out upon waking up that she was dead and he touched the doorknob, and he doesn't want to be seen as a suspect. So the police call him down there, want to take a statement. Of course, I mean, anybody that's close to a crime scene, they're going to want to take a statement, right? So he comes down there willingly and everything, goes, I'm sure, with a lawyer, I'm sure with a manager, all that good stuff. And this is where it starts to really, really get funky, okay? So the police start asking him, all right, tell us about it, right? Tell us what happened. So he shows up there, knock, 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 no go. He checks the doorknob, it's locked, so he looks in the window and he says, I saw some kind of red fluid. I thought it was wine that I was seeing right by her bedroom door. And the cops know like that. So,
Okay.
Cops have been doing this a long time, clearly. This LAPD Detective Small, he was a detective for the LAPD with some time under his belt. He knew his stuff. And the second that Ashton Kutcher said that he looked through a window and could see blood, or could see wine or a red substance by her door to the entrance of her room, the cop knew he was lying. Knew he was lying right there because of this layout. So where the window is, to the left of the door, there is no line of sight to where he's talking about. None.
Oh, so you couldn't see blood from the door?
You couldn't see wine or blood or anything from that window. You have to be inside to see that. So since he's telling the officers the correct general placement of the blood without being honest about the line of sight, the cops know he went inside. So what we assume happened, and this is just theory, this is just speculation, there's been nothing out to confirm this yet other than, and I'll get into that. So they question him, right? And even after that, the official story is that he was cleared. Cops know he didn't do it, okay?
Right.
So they cleared him quick. They cleared him
Right.
quick right away and moved on to other suspects. Now, this is where the Chrissy Bixler stuff with Masterson comes into play. Right here, okay? So she puts out a message saying, Ashton, I don't know if you remember, but I was there that night too, that you called Danny. And these are one of the messages that she puts out on social media after Ashton writes in. So I want to be super clear, super clear, right? Because Ashton's got a lot of money. I don't want to get a lawsuit or something like that. Ashton did not take part in this crime, you guys. That's not what we're suggesting. We aren't suggesting anything like that. But this is what we do believe is a possible theory based on the evidence and information that's coming out right now. Okay, so Chrissy Bixler was Masterson's wife at the time, and she's saying there's something more to this story. Okay, now growing up in Scientology podcast, this one right here, he has a YouTube channel, name's Aaron Smith Levin, I believe, who knows all the victims, literally all of them, has grown up in Scientology, knows them all of Danny Masterson's victims, close with Chrissy Bixler, talks to most of them on a daily basis because they left Scientology and have something to relate to. He's since left Scientology as well. Also, Danny Masterson's former stepfather and previous fixer for Scientology has come out too. So you have Bixler, you have Growing Up in Scientology podcast, and you have Masterson's previous stepfather, who are all coming out and saying, hey, there's something to this story that Bixler's talking about, okay? So this is what they're saying happened and is confirmed by LAPD officers, confirmed by fixers in Scientology, confirmed by Growing Up in Scientology podcast, and Chrissy Bixler, who claims she's there. So the four sources that say this is real, okay?
Okay.
So when Ashton is down there and the police start digging and pressing into Ashton, they realize that hey, there's no way that's possible, right? There's no way. You didn't see that, but you know where the blood is. So what's up? And they start digging into him hard, pressing into him, saying, hey, we know you were in there because you're describing the crime scene from a place that you're saying you saw it that can't be seen. So tell us the story. What happens? Okay, so this is what Chrissy says Ashton told Masterson, right? So Ashton got there at 10:30 to 10:45 and knock, realized she wasn't answering. He tries the door and the door's unlocked, not locked. The door is unlocked, okay? He enters the door and walks into this awful scene where from the police timeline, they say is literally right after. Like her body would still be warm.
Oh.
He was there so close after the crime. They believe that when the friend was there, he could have been there, the killer, okay?
Oh my gosh, it's terrifying.
Yeah, I know. So he goes in there and sees the crime scene and freaks out, literally flips out, okay? And runs outside, doesn't know what to do. He goes into his car, he starts calling people, and this is where the mistake that they're saying is, right? Ashton doesn't call 911. He's an up-and-coming actor, and one of the worst things that can happen is you get thrown into a drama situation like this when you're trying to be up-and-coming and figure your career out, right? So he calls his agent, he calls his lawyer, and then he calls Danny Masterson. Danny picks up the phone from Ashton on speaker with his wife around, Bixler at that time, and Ashton goes into the story and telling him exactly what happens. So what Danny does is calls his Scientology contacts and gets them on the phone. And they say, Ashton, so no, you can't call the police. This is going to be bad for you. What you need to do is you need to go on about your night like nothing happened. You don't know about this. You're going to go to the parties that you've told people you were going to go to. You're going to do everything like you said you were going to do, just without your date, right? So he goes and does this, and then the next morning realizes that, hey, my fingerprints could be there, and that's why he calls the police, okay?
Okay.
So, according to Aaron Levy, growing up in Scientology, like I said, he has a bunch of LAPD contacts because Scientology is so heavily invested in the LA area in all things. So he's called and confirmed this. Why would the LAPD know this, but then write Ashton off as not a suspect? Because the LAPD believed they know who could have done this.
Oh.
And they believed that if they came out with Ashton Kutcher's story, that they would be throwing the case away.
Okay.
So, mutual interest here, right? Mutual interest here. So, they write him off as not a suspect, and they pursue the real targets here. Hush the story and move on. So, don't you think that's so shady? That's like...
It is. Instead of calling police, like, to report this?
Getting in bed with the LAPD even, like, oh, man, I just look at this and, like, is there anything else that screams privilege as a situation like this with an up-and-coming actor from That So 70s Show? And That 70s Show, obviously. And the LAPD helps cover up a crime. You know it's a felony?
Yeah.
It's a felony.
Yeah.
To have felony knowledge or of a murder and not call this in.
Yeah.
So, crazy.
You're literally tampering with an investigation.
Yeah.
Like, at that point.
And he did get this, okay? He did. So, now the LAPD know who did this. They figured it out, right? With the mutual interest, they told Ashton, go on about your way. We know you didn't do this. We know you weren't capable of it. Like, we checked up on your background and everything. We know it wasn't you. So, the LAPD pursue the guy who did it. And this guy was Michael Thomas Garzullo.
Okay.
And he is an American serial killer. He is deemed the Hollywood Ripper, or lesser known boy next door killer.
Okay.
He's 6'2", fit from training and boxing. His approach is he would win the trust of good-looking women who lived near him and then stalk them, insert himself into their lives, and then he would use the rush approach and rush them with a knife, okay, and end them. And he was the killer in this story, you guys. He was, okay? So the LAPD knew it. They picked him up. They talked to him. But because of the decision of Ashton Kutcher, the LAPD and the DA's office decided that they couldn't get this guy. That if they took it to court, Ashton Kutcher's story would come out and the whole case would be thrown. So they chose not to charge this guy because of the decision Ashton Kutcher made. Okay?
Okay.
Now, after that, he killed another person.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That's terrible.
And assaulted a second. Okay, so mother of four.
Oh no.
Maria Bruno would have been alive if not for Ashton Kutcher's decision and the LAPD's co-signing of, letting him off the hook in that situation. And get this. So this was so brutal, dude. He rushed her, stabbed her like, I think it was 12 times, 14 times, or it was 17 times. But he cut out her breast implants and shoved her breast in her mouth. Like, it's a disgusting, brutal, horrible crime from a complete and total sicko.
Yeah, clearly. Ew.
And then again in April of 2008, he tries doing the same thing to Michelle Murphy while she was asleep in Santa Cruz, and he begins attacking her in bed while she's asleep. Luckily, you guys, like, just automatic reaction, she pulls her knees like all the way up to her chest and pushes as hard as she can. He goes flying across the room and hits the wall, and he flees. He takes off. He gets out of there. So she didn't die, but she's still traumatized to this day. So this guy already had killings under his belt before Ashley, too. So in 1993, he was 17 and living with his parents in Glenview, Illinois, right down the road from Trisha Picacho, I think is what it was, or Picacio is what it was. She was 18 years old. She was sitting on her stoop in front of her house, and someone had approached her and stabbed her, and he was looked at as a suspect. Her parents ended up finding her the next morning. Traumatized everybody. So just wild. So this is what everyone's bringing up here. Did Danny Masterson have this over Ashton Kutcher's head?
I mean, say any of this is true about him calling Danny that night. He might have this over Ashton's head. But what else does he have over Ashton's head? Because if he's got this...
This is pretty damning.
He very
this
well
is like
might
career
have...
ending.
Yeah, it is. But he very well might have...
More.
More.
Yeah. I don't know what more could look like, but if this is true, I only see one of two options here, right? So if I was Ashton Kutcher and I knew this wasn't true, lawsuit, right?
Yeah.
You sue someone to shut them up. It's not like he's hurting for money or anything like that. Or you don't say anything and you hope it passes. Those are kind of your options here.
Basically, yeah, pretty much.
There's no way to verify this. The LAPD's not going to come out and throw themselves under the bus. Ashton's not going to come out and throw themselves under the bus. I think it's super plausible. I think that the letter written after he was convicted was weird, and it didn't help anything. He got the maximum sentence.
Yeah, it didn't
He got
help
30 to
anything.
life already.
Yeah, and also what was
Or
in
anyways, I mean.
what was in the letter was also really weird. Like him talking about the drugs and, helping women and
Yeah.
like all kinds of things.
Just
like,
strange stuff.
I feel like making those arguments made it feel like, at least for somebody on the outside looking in, like he didn't really believe Danny was capable of what he was convicted of.
Yeah.
Like, this is a really good guy who advocates against drugs. Like, drugs are a Hollywood problem, and, he kept me away from them. And, he's really helpful with women. And, like, it was such... It was just all the positive things you could say about somebody.
Yeah.
Making him out to be like this. And not only that, but an important instrumental role in his life personally.
Yeah.
Like, Danny had a real positive impact in his life and was incredibly important to him on a personal level. Like, and who he is today is partially because of Danny. Like, and I get they were really good friends for a long time.
Yeah.
But considering what he's convicted of here, and you literally created a company against human trafficking, or to help stop human trafficking, to end it, to find these traffickers and bring them to justice, for you to then go out of your way to write a letter to get leniency and sympathy for a convicted...
It was just strange.
It's an odd choice.
Yep.
And your wife, too.
Yep, I agree. It's strange. So, it makes you wonder if there is something there.
Yeah.
That could be held over his head. I mean, or maybe it's not directly like, hey, Ashton, dude, you got to do this, man, or I'm going to let this information out. Maybe he feels obligated because of it. Personal obligation,
Maybe.
I don't know, but it's interesting. It brings up a lot of question marks. It's curious. And I wonder what's going to become of it. What do you guys think?
We're already seeing some things, clearly, since him and his wife stepped down.
Yeah.
I'm curious if anything else comes of it, though. It's really, unfortunate. If he was in the wrong place at the wrong time, why do any of that? Just be honest.
I mean, he was directed by Scientology, Danny. He's a new actor. I'm not justifying his wrong decisions because they're wrong regardless. But, I understand where he made that mistake. I get it, right? He had probably the greatest thing he's probably ever felt, up-and-coming actor and making things happen, and has this awesome role, and he's living his dream that he always wanted to, and he didn't commit this crime, and blown away and shocked, and what the heck do I do? And then Scientology digs in their fingers.
Yeah. I'm curious if there was a significant effort to recruit Ashton, because that was one of the main goals of, the founder and leader of Scientology, was to recruit celebrities to, to get them bought in and donating money. And, that was literally a number one goal for him.
Yep. Absolutely. But I'm curious what you guys think. Let me know how you feel about it. And do you think that Ashton could have had something hung over his head? Was it intentional blackmail? Was it a personal accountability where he felt like he had to do it because of this situation? Do you think there could possibly be more? What do you think? He by writing this letter, which was weirdly similar to the Scientology written letters, by the way, about the anti-drugs and things like that. But then Masterson was convicted of drugging women, by the way, saying.
Yeah, right. That's important fact.
Come on. You know, why even talk about that? So, like, yeah, I don't do drugs. I only drug people. Okay.
That's an important fact.
What?
Yeah.
So,
I mean, that kind of speaks to Ashton almost maybe thinking he could be innocent, saying he's so anti-drug, there's no way he could have drugged women. Like, maybe it reveals a little bit about how he feels. Or maybe it doesn't.
maybe.
But I think to write that letter, I don't know. Like,
that was a risk, and he now lost quite a bit already because of it. So, but yeah, I'm curious what you guys think. And leave those comments below. Let those thoughts write in the comments below.
For sure.
Yes. Is Ashton to blame for those other people losing their life? That sucks, man.
I know. It really does.
And that guy's a monster, and I'm glad he's put away, period, behind bars, awaiting death penalty, death sentence. So right where he should be. He is disgusting.
Yeah.
But that is it. That is it for the podcast tonight. Make sure you do all the podcast things. Hit that like, hit that subscribe, leave a comment, and tell all your friends and family about us. We're trying to grow. We're trying to get to a point where we can do this full time so we can make more content for you. For you. This is Thought Riot Podcast. My name is Brendan.
And I am Malia.
And am I missing anything?
No, I mean, you didn't say come join the live stream.
Oh, come join the live streams. This picture here, the True Crime Talk Show, where we talk about crime that's true and culture that's criminal.
Yeah, the live stream is Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, 9 to 11 p.m. CST. Also, come join us in Discord. We're really getting that going and having fun chatting. So
yes, come find Waldo.
Yeah, and we've been doing premieres lately where we've been premiering a clip that comes out from this long-form podcast and then doing a live immediately afterwards.
Yep.
And digging in deeper. And we've been really liking it.
Yeah, it's super fun. It is. It's a good time. So it'd be awesome to have you come join us. Come hop on. We'll see you there. We appreciate all of you. Thank you for being you, and we will see you next time.
Thought Riot out.
Bye.
Happy Halloween.
Halloween.